Where are you? Didn't you have the day off work today? You weren't here when I got back home from school, and it's already getting pretty late. I'm starting to get worried.
Oh gosh, Michelle. Are you back home from school already? Where did the time go? I'm glad you made it back home safely, sweetheart.
Did you have a sudden shift change at work or something? Did your boss call you in? I made a light dinner for us, so you don't have to worry about that. It's here waiting for you when you get back home. What time do you think you'll be back in, by the way?
You're such a good girl, Michelle. My gosh, you really grew up to be such a fine young woman. I'm sure you'll be able to take care of yourself just fine, even if I'm not here with you.
Mom? That's a weird thing to say. What are you talking about?
I'm so sorry, baby. I don't mean to spring this on you all of a sudden, but from now on, Mommy's going off to live with her soulmate.
With your what? And what exactly do you mean by from now on?
You're a big girl now, sweetie. You can take care of yourself just fine. If you really think about it, there's no real need for us to keep living together. I mean, I did ask him several times if you could come with us, but he said that he just doesn't do kids. So, unfortunately, I can't bring you with me. So, Michelle, sweetie, would you be okay with just living on your own from now on?
What? Mom, you can't be serious.
That's my sweetie. You're such a responsible girl. You can definitely handle it. You're already a senior in high school. Not to mention you know how to cook, you're good at doing chores, and you can take care of a house just fine on your own. Besides, you weren't even planning to go to college after you graduate anyway. Weren't you planning on joining the workforce anyway? Once you started working, you were gonna have to start living on your own sooner or later. Just think of it as me giving you a push to leave the nest a little bit early. You'll be just fine.
There is nothing fine about any of this. And it's not like I don't want to go to college. The only reason I said that I'm going to go to work after I graduate high school is because you said we don't have any money, Mom. How am I supposed to go to college if we can't even afford it? Even though I'm still just in high school, you're leaving me behind to go live with your boyfriend? Do you even understand how ridiculous and irresponsible that sounds?
Oh, don't be like that, sweetie.
Just where are you and your boyfriend even at right now? I'm coming to get you right now. So tell me the address. If you really want to live together that badly, then fine. But at least wait until I graduate from high school.
But sweetie, Mommy can't wait that long. I told you, baby, he's my soulmate. So I'm afraid I can't tell you where we're staying. Sorry, sweetheart.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, and one more thing. I'm taking all of your dad's savings with me. I need them to start my new life with my boo.
You can't be serious. There's no way you'd be reckless enough to take out all of his savings. Oh my God. It's true. You seriously cleared out his entire savings account. I just checked the joint account app and everything's gone. You didn't leave a single penny.
Don't worry, sweetie. I'll be sure to spend every last dime with care. I'll think of you every time I make a purchase.
You're absolutely insane! Mom, do you even realize what you're doing right now? Leaving your own daughter and running away with dad's savings to live with some random boyfriend that you won't even introduce me to? What kind of mother does something like that?
Oh, but sweetie, I might be your mother, but I'm still a woman. I deserve to have a sweet, heart-throbbing romance, just like anyone else. It's not my fault your father suddenly got sick and died. How could I have possibly seen that coming? I've been making ends meet with his tiny savings and life insurance money. But you know just as well as I do that that's hardly enough to support a family. I've spent long enough working hard as a mother and a housewife while your father was alive. And I'm tired now, Michelle. I've done more than enough. It should be fine for me to spend the rest of my days as just another woman, living her best life.
I've never once complained about you having a love life. I didn't complain when you told me that you couldn't come to any of my school functions because you were on a date with one of your boyfriends. I didn't even complain when you told me you couldn't come to my birthday party because you were on a vacation with your boyfriend. I've never once blamed you or criticized you or anything like that, but this takes the cake. Are you crazy?
Well, sweetie, why don't you just turn a blind eye again one more time for mommy, won't you? You're such a good girl, so you can do that for me, can't you?
I literally cannot believe this.
You're already a senior in high school now, honey. You're legally old enough to work. You can just go find a job at some cafe and be a barista, or be a waitress, or something like that. That should be more than enough for you to make enough money to take care of yourself. It's not like you need to live in luxury. Well, I'm already late for meeting my man, so I'm off now. Let's both just be happy and live our best lives to the fullest, okay? Hey, Michelle, sweetie. I want to talk to you really quickly about your wedding. I can't believe it's already around the corner. I just want you to know that you can choose whatever dress style you like. Whether it's a traditional white dress or a more modern and colorful dress. Do whatever you like. You don't have to worry about what happened at the dinner the other day.
Are you sure, Allison? George was pretty vocal about his feeling toward weddings. He doesn't think people should stray from tradition, and that anything other than a white dress would be absurd. He went on and on about it at dinner the other day.
Don't mind him, sweetie. That was just drunken banter. I can't believe George had the nerve to give his 2 cents about the wedding. I'm so sorry for George's rudeness. I promise you, he would want the two of you to do whatever makes you happy.
No, not at all. He just wanted to share his suggestions with us. I appreciate his input. Besides, he loved the way you looked in your wedding dress when you and him got married. He just wants his son to have that same experience. He kept saying stuff like that all night.
Drunken idiot. I'm sorry again if he said anything that might have embarrassed you. He dotes on Turk so much, and now he's doting on you too. That's just his way of showing affection. He has no filter whatsoever. He is comfortable saying pretty much whatever is on his mind, even when he's in public.
But it must be so nice to have someone who can boast about you so openly. I can definitely tell that he loves you deeply. Besides, Turk is always bragging about how close and in love you two are, even if it can get a bit embarrassing for him from time to time.
OMG, he really says that about us. That's so cute!
Your family is really great. Everyone gets along so well. I feel so happy just watching you all interact with each other.
I'm glad to hear that you feel that way. But don't forget, you're already a part of our family too. It feels lonely when you say you're just watching us like strangers. You are absolutely one of us now too.
You're so sweet, Allison. Thank you for saying that.
Sorry for getting off topic there, by the way. But my point is, just have your wedding however you and Turk want to. No matter what kind of ceremony you want to have, I'm 110% sure that the wedding will be beautiful. And George and I will support you and celebrate with you. We're just happy that you and Turk are happy. And we're excited for you to officially become part of the family, too.
Thank you so much.
Of course. I'm so lucky to be getting such an adorable daughter-in-law. I can't wait to go on all sorts of fun dates with you. Words can't describe how happy I am to have you in my family. Congratulations on your upcoming marriage, Michelle. And you even married into a wealthy family. Atta girl. I'd expect nothing less from my beautiful daughter. Looks like you caught yourself a good man.
Mom? How do you even have my number?
Oh my. What's with that boring reaction? Are you not happy to hear from me or something? It's been such a long time since we last spoke, so you should be more excited.
Don't try to long time no see me. That doesn't even apply to us. I haven't heard from you once over 10 years. Why are you contacting me all of a sudden? What do you want? And furthermore, how do you even know about my marriage?
Oh, wow. Has it already been 10 years? Goodness, how the time flies. Right in the blink of an eye. It feels like just last year that I eloped and left you behind. But it seems like you have grown into quite a fine woman. I always knew you'd turn out just fine.
You can't be seriously saying that to me. You're truly the worst.
More importantly, how did you manage to catch such a great guy? I might need to take some notes from you. I heard from an acquaintance that you were getting married, but I never imagined that your partner would be from such a wealthy family. That's literally every woman's dream. You're so lucky. Boy, am I jealous. You're a way better gold digger than I ever was.
Please don't phrase it like that. It sends the wrong message. Not to mention, it's disrespectful to him and his family.
But it's true though, isn't it? I looked into them and it seems like his family is really on another level. They own tons of land and have a long history in both business and residential real estate investment. On top of that, many of their relatives are business owners and C-suite executives. Sounds pretty amazing to me. They even gave you a luxury condo as a gift for your new home after marriage, right? And not just any old luxury condo, but a whole luxury tower in a prime location. It's crazy how loaded they are.
You're kidding, right? Why would you look into them like that? What gives you the right?
I'm just so envious of everything you have. I never thought you would grow up to have such a blessed married life. Mommy just can't help feeling jealous.
What's there for you to be jealous of? Aren't you supposedly living your best life or whatever? I heard a rumor that you married that guy you abandoned me for.
Oh gosh, you knew about that? Well, that makes things even simpler, so I'll go ahead and cut to the chase. The truth is, he and I actually broke up. I divorced him.
Wait, really? Are you okay?
He said he didn't like the idea of having a kid around, so I left you to be with him. And yet, after all that, he made all kinds of excuses and wouldn't marry me. So I dragged him down to the courthouse and made him get married by force. But then he kept cheating on me and telling me to just divorce him if I didn't like it.
He sounds horrible. Like literally bottom of the barrel trash. Did you really like him, Mom? What did you even see in that guy?
He was super hot, and his face was just my type. So I've been gritting my teeth and putting up with him all this time. But last year, he got into a pretty bad traffic accident and now he's stuck in a wheelchair. Totally paralyzed from the waist down. I couldn't stand taking care of him because it was too much work. So I divorced him and came here instead.
Oh my God. You might be even worse than he is.
What are you saying, Michelle? It's not like I'm a bad person. I just happen to be the most unlucky woman in the whole world. I mean, my first husband died early from a random incurable illness. Then the next man I fell in love with cheated on me nonstop, then got into a horrible accident and became wheelchair-bound.
I think maybe you're the source of everyone else's bad luck.
I just want to be happy, but happiness keeps running away from me.
Then please go ahead and find your happiness on your own. And leave me out of it. I've already found a place where I can be happy. And it doesn't include the mother who abandoned me.
Don't be so harsh, Michelle. I am happy, though, that you found a great man with such generous in-laws. It really sounds like he's the whole package, too. You've got such great taste. You're a real chip off the old block. You're so lucky to have found happiness in life before your sweet old mother. But given that, isn't there something you want to say to me?
Not really. What could I possibly have to say to you?
I wonder who is responsible for the happy, successful life you're living right now. None of this would even be possible if I hadn't given birth to you. Not to mention, you get all of your good looks from yours truly.
You just keep saying one crazy thing after another. What? Do you want me to tell you something, Mom?
So, from now on, I expect you to send me about $3,000 a month for my living expenses. Since you're marrying a rich guy, you should be able to handle it. Think of it as a way for you to express gratitude to me for bringing you into this world. I raised you for 18 years, so I think this price is more than fair.
Stop talking nonsense. Why should I have to send you anything just for giving birth to me? And how dare you say that my marriage is all thanks to you? That's rich coming from someone who abandoned me while I was still in high school. Not to mention, you withdrew every penny out of Dad's savings and left me to be with some guy who turned out to be trash because you're a poor judge of character. How dare you try to paw back into my life out of nowhere just to beg me for money? You have some nerve.
Don't be so mean, sweetie. Beg is such a strong word. I just wanted to be compensated for raising you so well. How else would you have been able to snag a rich guy like him if it weren't for you having your mama's good looks? If I didn't give birth to you, you wouldn't be alive, and you definitely wouldn't be this cute. You think you'd be out here living the good life if you had been some other schmuck's daughter? So it's only natural that you should show me some appreciation. You should be grateful.
Are you literally out of your mind?
Besides, your mother doesn't have a boyfriend or a husband now. I'm living all alone. When your father was alive, I was a housewife. And while I was married to my ex, the most work I ever did were occasional part-time gigs. How do you expect me to live? I can't survive on my own. Don't you want to help your mother when I'm in such a desperate and lonely situation?
Why should I care about any of that? You put yourself in the situation. And quite frankly, it doesn't concern me one bit.
How can you be so mean to me? Have a heart, Michelle. If you keep this up, I won't even bother attending your wedding. What do you say to that?
Okay, and? You're not even invited.
Your father is gone, and you're not on speaking terms with your mother, so neither of your parents will be at your wedding. Getting married without either of your parents is just so sad, don't you think? What will people say? That's why I contacted you. This is all for your sake. Because I love you and want to rekindle our relationship. And make sure your wedding is a huge success.
I never intended on inviting you in the first place, so it doesn't really make a difference to me one way or the other.
You don't know how any of this works, do you? It might be okay for you, but your poor groom and his family will feel so ashamed and embarrassed. Rich people tend to be pretty picky about those sorts of things. Everyone in his circle is going to feel sorry for him and think he married you out of pity. Is that what you want?
Well, no.
That's what I thought. For just a measly $5,000, I'm more than happy to be a part of your wedding, so you can avoid all of that.
Are you kidding me? What kind of mother charges her own daughter just to attend her wedding? You're completely off your rocker.
Compared to embarrassing the groom's family in their rich people's circle, it's a pretty cheap price, wouldn't you say? So please, get the money ready for me. I'll be waiting. The fee for having Mommy appear at your wedding is only $5,000. Isn't that just so cheap? I'm such a reasonable woman. Oh, and don't forget, you still need to send me $3,000 every month for my living expenses. What exactly do you want with my daughter? Why do you keep bothering her like this? Daughter. Excuse me? And who are you supposed to be? You have some nerve charging her $5,000 as a fee for appearing at her own wedding. You should be ashamed to even call yourself her mother. What gives you the right to even ask her something like that? You don't have to worry about her mother being at the wedding because guess what? Her mom will be there. I will be filling that role for her. So there shouldn't be any issues. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are, claiming my daughter as your own? Just who the hell are you? I'm Michelle's mother-in-law. Or the mother of her fiancé. But to be honest, I already consider her my daughter. Wait, what? Michelle invited me to come and preview the wedding venue with her today. But even though we were here looking at her venue, she just couldn't keep her hands off of her phone. So naturally, I was curious as to why. When I asked her what was keeping her so distracted and preoccupied, imagine my surprise when she told me her mother, who she hasn't spoken to in over 10 years, just messaged her out of the blue, begging her for money. Oh my goodness! So you're the rich stepmom, huh? It's so lovely that our kids are getting married, isn't it? What a happy occasion! I guess some congratulations are definitely in order. Michelle takes after me, but I never thought she would marry into such a wealthy family. I hope that you and I can become close as mother-in-laws and friends. Looking forward to getting to know you better. No way. Over my dead body. I'd never be friends with someone like you. Why should I even have to entertain the idea of being friends with someone as uncouth and vulgar as you? Wow. That was pretty rude. And it baffles me that you would even suggest that Michelle takes after you. That girl is so sweet. She's just like me when I was her age. Sorry to burst your bubble, but she's nothing like you. You and her don't have a single thing in common. Who are you to say that to me? I don't care if you're rich. You can still catch these hands. How dare you call me vulgar and uncouth? You're not even Michelle's mother. So how could she possibly take after you? I'm the one who gave birth to her, not you. So back off. I guess you do have a point there. It's certainly true that you did give birth to her. But do you really think that pushing her out of your womb is enough to make you her real mother for the rest of her life? You missed so many important milestones for her, and you hindered her growth as a child, so I don't think you get to keep that privilege of calling yourself her mom. I'd say that's pretty solid proof that you're uncouth with a shallow mind. I can already tell that if we were ever to meet in person, you'd be nothing more than a thorn in my side. Wow, lady! You are really something else! Don't you know that children grow up by looking at their parents' example? And just what kind of precedent did you set for Michelle? She hasn't learned anything good from you, besides what type of person to avoid becoming at all costs. She doesn't take after you one bit. She's your complete opposite. Wow. You know what? You're really starting to get on my nerves. It is what it is. I'm just stating the facts. Michelle started to look and act more and more like me every single day. My husband is always boasting about how much he loves my cheerful, beautiful smile. And wouldn't you know it? My son said he fell in love with Michelle because of her cheerful and beautiful smile. She and I are basically two peas in a pod. I mean, they do say the more time you spend around a person, the more you start to resemble each other. And clearly, our smiles and charms are practically one and the same. They were already a close couple, but lately they've become even closer, watching me and my husband. This is absolutely ridiculous. You're just spouting a bunch of nonsense. You're nothing more than her mother-in-law to be. So it's really annoying for you to be out here trying to claim my daughter. And stop trying to sell my own daughter to me. I know what her good points are. I raised her for 18 whole years. I know she's a cute and charming girl. I don't need you to tell me that. Well, why don't you look at things from my perspective? It's even more annoying that her former mother is trying to show her off. You selfishly abandoned her when she was just a child, and now you're saying crazy things like she needs to repay you for being her parent. That's not something a real adult would do. I never abandoned her. I just motivated her to leave the nest slightly earlier than she was already going to. A high school senior may seem like an adult, but they are still very much a child. So the fact that you just up and left her while she was still so young and impressionable is completely unthinkable. It's even worse that you call that forcing her to leave the nest early. Who forces their child to go faster than they need to? On purpose! Oh, and that reminds me. What was that you asked her for again? $5,000 to be in her wedding, and another $3,000 monthly to pay for your living expenses. I bet you were so excited for that big come-up, weren't you? Well, sorry to break it to you, But you're not even invited to the wedding. So don't even think about trying to get any money from her. We're not paying you a dime. Well, why not? I'm sure you could spare it. None of our relatives or anyone in our friend circle would ever belittle Michelle for her upbringing or her relationship with you. She's not the one to blame anyhow. There's really nothing for you to worry about whatsoever. Michelle is going to have a beautiful wedding, surrounded by people who love her and think the world of her. You and your negative energy aren't needed. So please be on your way. And don't even dream of trying to ruin her big day. We're planning to take good care of her. And we're going to love her enough to more than make up for everything you put her through.
Thank you for yesterday. And I'm sorry again about my mother.
You don't have to apologize, sweetheart. More importantly, did you make it home safely yesterday? You didn't get ambushed at home by your mom or anything, did you?
No worries. I'm fine for the time being.
What a relief. That's so good to hear. We really do think of you as our precious daughter. So if anything ever happens, please let us know right away.
I can't thank you enough. I feel so lucky and blessed to be marrying into such an amazing family, and to have you as my mother-in-law.
I'm also happy to have a daughter-in-law as lovely as you. Turk has such great taste. Next time, let's be sure to take a more leisurely tour of the wedding venue. We only want the best for you after all. Let me in this venue right now. I am your mother. You can't treat me like this. Why won't they let me in?
I can't believe you actually have the gall to show up. I was warned you might try to do something, but I never imagined you'd actually try to sneak into my wedding. You're such a psycho.
Excuse me, young lady. Who are you calling a psycho? Watch your mouth. You're acting like it isn't completely normal for a mother to show up at her own daughter's wedding. Hurry up and let me in the venue already. I gave birth to you, so I deserve to watch you walk down the aisle. If you're marrying into a wealthy family, best believe I'm coming with you. You can't get rid of me that easily.
You're not my mother anymore. You lost that privilege when you abandoned me.
What's with that haughty attitude of yours? Were you planning to just become a rich trophy wife and leave me in the dust? How could you even think of abandoning your own mother like this?
How can you say that when you're the one who abandoned me first?
Well, what does any of that matter now? Just get over it already and leave the past in the past. Okay, fine. I'll admit that I might have abandoned you. But so what? How can you turn around and abandon your mother like this? Two wrongs don't make a right. Do you think your father up in heaven would be happy to know that you're treating me this way? After everything I've done for you? Your poor old man is probably rolling in his grave right now.
Funny you mention that. He was the first one to ever tell me not to have any qualms about cutting you out of my life. That's what he said, word for word.
What? He would never have said anything like that.
After you ran away and eloped, I searched every nook and cranny for our house for any money we might have had left over. If you remember, you wiped out Dad's savings account before you left. I was desperately looking for money to hold myself over and buy some food for the next few days. That's when I found a letter from Dad addressed to me.
He wrote you a letter? I didn't know anything about that.
He wrote it while he was hospitalized, and when he was allowed to come home for a short visit before returning back for his next operation, he hid it so that you would never find it. It said, "When you feel like you're at your limit and can't take it anymore, don't hesitate to cut ties with your mother. My final wish is for my baby girl to live happily and freely. I don't want you to let anyone walk all over you."
He said that. If he were still here, I'd sure give him a piece of my mind.
Also, he also left his friend's contact information for me to reach out to in case of an emergency. Dad entrusted that friend to keep a hefty sum of money in a high-yield savings account for me to access whenever times got hard. I used that money, along with some scholarships I earned, to go to university debt-free.
Wait, you actually managed to go to college?
You snooped around and found out all you could about my marriage, but you didn't know that? Wow. Anyway, I studied pretty hard because I didn't want all of that money to go to waste. And by chance, I met Turk there, through an extracurricular activity. When he and I finally decided to get engaged, he was so excited to introduce me to his parents. To both of our surprise, though, his dad was actually my dad's same friend who had kept his money safe all those years. What a small world we live in. And of course, he was over the moon about me being the girl his son chose to spend the rest of his life with.
What? What in the world? When did your dad ever run in circles with rich people? Since when did he have this secret life that he apparently took to the grave?
Apparently they're childhood friends, so I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say quite a while. They went to different high schools, though, so that's when they slowly started drifting apart. But they still kept in touch and updated each other on their lives with letters.
I've never heard anything about him having a childhood friend like that.
That's neither here nor there. Anyway, Mom, I think I'll go ahead and take Dad's advice about cutting ties with you. I won't have any regrets either. So I suggest you leave before I have to call security on you. Take care of yourself, okay?
Wait, don't say that, Michelle. I won't just up and disappear on you anymore. I swear, I'll never abandon you again. So please don't be like this.
Let's both just be happy and live our best lives to the fullest. After that, my mom tried her hardest to crash my wedding. Naturally, though, she got caught by the security guards Allison had hired just in case. They tied her to a chair in a separate room for the whole duration of the wedding. Immediately after the wedding, our relatives took her away somewhere, and I haven't heard from her since. Rumor has it that she had built up a mountain of debt, and that everyone she owed gathered at once to make a repayment plan for her. Now she works at one of our relatives' friends' companies during the day, and at night she works part-time as a bartender. Her debt repayments eat up a huge chunk of her salary every month. And even if she tries to run away, those people hired by Allison will come chasing after her. Hey! Long time no talk. How have you been?
Hey! Oh my god, hi! It really has been a long time. How long has it been? I feel like I haven't heard from you since college. How in the heck are you? Are you doing well?
Good, great, fantastic. I have some wonderful news to share. I had a feeling you might be interested in hearing about it. You might want to be sitting down for this, Kate. I'm getting married!
What? Seriously? Congratulations! Oh my god!
Thanks!
That's so amazing. You must be over the moon about it. What little girl doesn't dream about her wedding? I'm so happy you reached out to let me know. I didn't even know you were seeing anyone. Oh, are you planning the wedding now? You must have your hands full with decorations and invites. Wait, is that why you reached out? To invite me to the wedding? That would make sense since you wouldn't have my address to be able to send a physical invite. We were so close in college. If my friend is getting married, there is no way on earth I'm missing her wedding. Count me in.
Ah, wow. This is awkward. I appreciate the thought. I'm not sure, though, if you'd really want to come. The groom is kind of an ex-boyfriend of yours, so I'm not sure it's such a great idea to invite you. I can only imagine how difficult and awkward it might be for you to see us together. When the pastor asks everyone to speak now or forever hold your peace, I'd rather not have anyone speak up. So I didn't originally have any intention on inviting you to the wedding, but...
Huh? The groom is my ex. Who are you marrying, May?
I thought you'd never ask. Actually, I am marrying your ex, Justin!
What? Justin?
You definitely haven't forgotten him, have you? The two of you dated all 4 years of college. It would be a little hard to forget. I don't think anyone could forget Justin. He was captain of the baseball team, their star player. Everyone on campus knew his name. He's the kind of guy that every girl wants and every guy wants to be. And now, after being a free agent after college, it looks like he's going to the major leagues.
What? Seriously? He got signed.
I'm gonna be the wife of a Major League Baseball star! You missed out big time, didn't you? I'd understand if you were a little jealous I get to be the one to marry him. Especially since, if things had gone just a little bit differently, you might be the one marrying him soon.
I'm not really jealous so much as I am surprised. If I know anything about Justin, I know that making it big time will mean more to him than anything else. Or at least, I would have said that until you said y'all were getting married. I didn't even know you two were dating. I didn't even know you two even liked each other. When did this all start?
We first got together right after you broke up after graduation. He texted me saying he wanted to go out officially. He said he'd prefer going out with a girl who likes baseball for once instead of soccer. Justin also said he loves my cooking way more than the awful food you made him. So he said he thinks I'm more wife material than you.
Wait, you said you started dating right after we broke up? By chance, did there happen to be any overlap between when we were dating and the time you two started seeing each other?
I guess there probably was about 6 months overlap.
You said 6 months?
Try not to be too upset with him, okay? When I told him how I felt, I was the one who said I didn't mind being a rebound girl.
Wow. I feel like everything makes sense now. That explains why out of nowhere one day he started saying things like, I need to take better care of him. I remember him telling me he's exhausted after practice, so his meals should be waiting for him when he gets home. He started getting on my very last nerve with his sudden chauvinist nonsense. That's one of the reasons I used our graduation as a reason to break up with him.
I guess he just wasn't satisfied with you and kept comparing his time with you to his time with me? I am so sorry things turned out this way. From the outside looking in, it probably looks like I stole your man, right? This might be a character fault, but I'm the type of girl where, if there's something I want, I will stop at nothing to get it. I guess I should be more aware of the people that get brushed aside when I get something I want. I hope someday you'll find it in your heart to forgive me.
I mean, I'm not really mad about it. It's all in the past now anyway. It's water under the bridge. But I do find it pretty awesome that after you called yourself a rebound, you guys hit it off well enough to go on and get married after all these years.
All my hard work supporting him over the years really paid off. All this time of taking care of him, cooking for him. Now he's gonna be a major league player. I am so sorry. For him to be getting married while you're likely still hung up on him.
Huh? I'm not still hung up on him.
You can say that all you like. I already know the truth. I know you prefer soccer over baseball, but I hear recently you've been obsessed with baseball. Apparently, you've been uploading all about going to baseball games on social media. You're just trying to make it seem like you've changed so you can get back with him after hearing he's going pro. Or maybe you're hoping to run into him at the stadium.
Well, yeah. I am attending baseball games, but he's not the reason why.
Okay. Such a devout soccer fan like you would not have any other reason to go to baseball games. You can deny it as much as you want, but I know the truth.
That really isn't why.
If that's the case, then I guess you don't mind us living happily ever after. So do me a favor and give up on Justin once and for all.
Hey, Kate. Let's go see another game on your next day off. What do you say? I got free tickets from a friend at work. We had so much fun last time. I know baseball isn't really your thing, so don't force yourself, but I just thought I'd ask. I'm sorry, Sean. I really wish I felt up to it, but I think I'm gonna pass this time. It's not that I didn't enjoy myself. I loved it. I definitely do want to go again sometime. What's wrong then? Are you feeling ill or something? Do you want me to pick you up something after I'm done with work? You have a thermometer in the medicine cabinet, right? You should take your temperature, just in case.
No, I'm not sick or anything. I'm just really tired. I was messaging an old friend from college, and she was just... so much to deal with. I was excited to talk to her at first, but after a while, she was just mentally and emotionally exhausting.
I don't totally understand, but if you're tired, Kate, don't sweat it. Take all the time you need to rest and recuperate. I know you've been sacrificing all your days off recently on me and the kids. I know you haven't really had much time to decompress. Okay, this weekend I'll take the kids and see the game, just the three of us. You can stay home by yourself and just relax. Get some well-deserved me time. Sometimes we all just need time to just be ourselves and not have a care in the world.
Are you sure? You'll be all right there with the kids all by yourself? They can kind of be a handful sometimes.
Of course I can handle it. I'm their parent too, you know. I am fully capable of taking our kids places by myself. Get some good rest, Kate. You've earned it.
Thank you so much, Sean. I'm so lucky to have a husband who's so kind and understanding. I love you so much. In that case, I'll take you up on your offer. I'll stay home this weekend and get some R&R, okay? Let me know how the game is. Looks like you've stopped going to baseball games since our little chat. How's the news of me marrying Justin gotten you down in the dumps? Are you just sitting at home, depressed and alone?
As if your marriage bothered me that much.
I'm going to spend my days off however I want to spend my days off. Thank you very much.
So knock it off with the fantasies about my depression. That's kind of a sick thing to joke about, May.
What? You're a bold-faced liar, just like you were in college. You and I both know you're still not over him. You must have been crying yourself to sleep the past week.
I'm really over him, May. I'll say it as many times as I need to.
Oh, this feels good. I have everything and you have nothing. I guess this is what you'd call a blowout game. I never could have even imagined it'd feel this good to beat you.
To do what now?
To tell you the truth, you've always annoyed me to no end. You know that? I was even on our college baseball team as a bat girl. I spent every morning and night carrying equipment for the team. I spent all of my free time in college on them. It wasn't fair that you got to go out with the captain I liked so much.
Wait, you liked Justin back then?
Of course I did. I was head over heels for him. I was a fan of his in high school. I even chose to go to that college because I knew he was going to be there.
Are you serious?
That's why I even became the team's bat girl in the first place, so I could get close to him. But when I actually got the job, they warned me they might fire me if I started dating any of the players. And then to make matters so much worse, he started dating you of all people. I have hated you since the very moment we met. How could I not? You tried stealing everything from me.
Wow. I had no clue whatsoever.
Of course you didn't. You want to know what else you didn't know? The only reason we ever got close in college was so that I could take Justin away from you someday. I always knew I'd be able to get him back from you one day.
I had no idea you liked him. If you liked him, you should have said something sooner. I even talked to you about the idea of dating him before we were even official. Why didn't you say anything?
Shut up! Oh my god! If we were really friends, you should have known without me even saying anything. You should have been able to tell. You didn't care for even a second how I felt. You just started dating him without thinking about anyone but yourself.
What?
Now all I can remember about college is how horrible it was because of you. Whenever you two would come to school, walking through campus holding hands, I felt so much rage it felt like my blood was boiling. But I sucked it up and kept moving on. And now he's with me! He chose to marry me over you. My god, this feels so good. I can't even describe it.
May.
That's karma for you! For every ounce of pain and annoyance you caused me, you will now have to endure 5, 10 times over! Ha! I'm sure there's plenty of fish in the sea, but none are going to be the catch that Justin is. I can't wait to see the look on your face when we're walking down the aisle.
You're not serious, are you? Do you really think I'm going to want to attend your wedding after all of this? In case I needed to actually say it, I take back my statements earlier about wanting to attend.
It doesn't really matter. I'm never going to let you live this down. You're still single, aren't you? That means you'll really hate seeing how happy we will be together. It must eat you up inside to see the ex you still have feelings for marrying your friend. Ha! From this day forward, you'll always be nothing but a single loser.
I already have a husband and kids.
Huh?
Listen, I get why you'd be so angry with me, and I understand why you think you're in a position to brag about your situation. But it doesn't really affect me the way I think you're hoping it would. I am already happily married. I couldn't ask for anything more out of life as is. If you and Justin are happy together, then I couldn't be more happy for you both. I wish you nothing but the best. Really.
Hold on. Are you honestly telling me you're seeing someone? You're married and have kids already? When did this happen? When did you even get married? I haven't heard anything about that.
I guess it's been about 3 years already. I guess you could call it a kind of shotgun wedding. We ended up pregnant with our first kid and decided we were happy together. So why not just get married before the kid arrives? Neither of us have looked back ever since. It's probably not ideally how we would have liked to start our marriage, but now I wouldn't change it for anything.
That long ago?
Sorry, I guess I must have forgotten to let you know when it happened. We just haven't exactly stayed in touch since we graduated college. And I only invited immediate family to the wedding because it was a really small, intimate affair. I was already pregnant, so we didn't want any unnecessary rumors or side comments during our special day. And after that, well, I guess I just never got around to updating social media or anything. So I guess you might have not heard.
I don't believe it. I totally thought you were still single. You do still have feelings for Justin, though, don't you? So why'd you go and marry some other man?
I have told you so many times now, I do not still have feelings for Justin. Period. Can't we just put this behind us and be happy that things worked out for everyone in the end? I'm happy, you're happy, everything worked out.
No, everything did not work out. I want to show you how happy I've made Justin. I want to see the anguish on your face as you realize I've beaten you. So what about all those baseball games I've seen pictures of you at? If they weren't you trying to get back with Justin, what were they?
My husbands and sons love going to baseball games. I'm just going to them as a good wife and mother. I don't have any more interest in baseball than I did in college. Also, who did you think was taking those pictures of me at the game? Did you think I was asking random strangers to take pictures of me cheering and having a great time? Besides, there are no other soccer fans in my house. None of my friends here like it either. I wish I could go to a game. I miss it.
So, what? I've just been fighting a war against an imaginary enemy then?
I guess you could say that, yeah. Besides, why would I still be hung up over that cheater? I was jumping for joy the day I broke up with that guy.
What?
I really do think it's amazing he made it to the major leagues. On that day, though, I had had more than enough of all his lying and cheating. On the contrary, I really respect you for being about to help him overcome that, May.
Wait, when you say he's a cheater, you just mean when we were seeing each other while you two were dating, right?
Oh, God, no. The main reason we broke up was because he was a no-good, lousy cheater. I can't even count the number of times he cheated on me while we were in college. I couldn't take it anymore. That's why we broke up. He apparently had a thing for older women. He was always going to strip clubs even in college. I just used graduation as an excuse so there wasn't any hard feelings between us, you know? But you must have already known this, right, May? I mean, you've been together for years.
That's crazy. Justin would never do a thing like that to me. He has loved me and only me since we've been together.
If he's changed, then trust me, I could not be happier for you. Just in case, though, I don't think it would hurt to look a little deeper into his behavior before the big day. He might be good at baseball, but his athleticism has nothing on his ability to hide his infidelity.
What?
I didn't want to say this, but I really cannot imagine that man changing his ways. I just can't. I swear I'm not trying to rain on your parade, May. I just think it would be better for you to know if he's cheating on you now than to find out piece by piece later down the road.
He is the worst! Justin really has been cheating on me. He isn't cheating on me with just one girl either. In just this one day, I found out he's been seeing 6 separate girls.
7 if you include yourself. He must have like a revolving door of women. He's got enough for a new girlfriend every day of the week.
I can't believe this is happening to me. He always told me I was his one and only. I've never even so much as looked at another man since I first saw him.
May, I'm gonna say something that might upset you. But trust me, I say this with the best intentions for you and your future. That's just the kind of man Justin is. You're not going to be able to change him. So what are you gonna do? He probably thinks of women the way he thinks of baseball. It's all just a game, you know. Are you gonna break up with him? Or are you gonna stay with him as the trophy wife of a professional baseball player because you don't want to let go of a catch like him?
Who cares if he's a pro? I do not care at all about any of that anymore. He got a call from the team that they're rescinding their offer to sign him.
What? Really? That came out of nowhere. How can they rescind it after all this talk of him finally making it? What happened?
They said they were uneasy about signing him over concern over sexual misconduct. That idiot cheated on me with one of the league officials' wife. How dumb can you be?
Oh, jeez.
Not only that, but he appears to have made a pass at one of the higher-ups' wife. Like a commissioner or whatever they're called. That's why they rescinded their offer. They don't want someone who's already causing trouble even before they officially join the team. I have done so much up until now to support him and get him to this point. How could he do this to me?
I can empathize with you on most of all this, but at the end of the day, Justin only cares about himself. The next coming days may be very difficult for you, but you're hardly in a position to play the victim when you are one of the girls Justin cheated on me with.
Shut up! Nobody wants to hear from Little Miss Perfect with her perfect life acting all high and mighty. Do you think just because you have a husband and some kids that makes you better than me? I will never forgive you for the way you're acting. If this is how you're going to act, maybe I should take a little trip and take your new man away from you too.
Excuse me? What did you just say?
Otherwise, I look like the one who's the loser between us. I really thought Justin was so happy with me. I can't forgive either of you.
What do you mean, either of us? Don't rope me into your marital problems.
Shut it! It doesn't matter now. I'm coming for your husband and kids next. Just you watch. I'll be a better mother to those kids than you ever could be. They probably can't stand you as much as me. You can't cook. You don't pay attention to your man. I bet you make a terrible wife. I bet your family's gonna love their new mama. Ha!
What? Oh, you can't be serious.
After all, I'm not like you, Kate. I can actually cook. The fastest way to Justin's heart was through his stomach. Out of all our friends, everyone knew you were the worst cook any of us had ever met. Everyone remembers the time you sent Justin to the emergency room with your homemade meal.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah, back then I was pretty terrible at cooking. I never used to cook growing up, and being at college was the first time I ever actually had to cook for myself. So I made a lot of mistakes. But that was years ago. Since graduating, I actually started studying the basics, so I don't make that many mistakes anymore. My husband and kids always say they love my cooking now. So I guess it can't be that bad.
Poor things. They have to shovel that gruel into their mouths every day. They probably lost their sense of taste by now.
Excuse you?
Don't worry, though. I'll be taking them off your hands soon enough. I'll give them a generous helping of my good cooking and fix our senses. There is no man I can't win over with my cooking skills. They're gonna throw you out of the house with nothing but the clothes on your back.
Would you give it a rest already? My wife's cooking is the best food in the entire world.
Sorry, what? What do you mean, my wife?
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Kate's husband, Sean. Thanks for worrying about my wife's culinary capabilities. However, not that it is any of your business, I do not care even the smallest of amounts how bad she used to be. She's exceptionally talented now. That's what counts. What's more, I consider myself the luckiest man in the world to be able to eat her cooking day after day. The last thing I need is some bumpkin woman from Nowheresville cooking. I'm satisfied as I am. I read how you want to take me and our kids away from Kate. I assure you that will not happen. I could not possibly be any less interested in you, and I could not be any more interested in my wife.
Why would her husband be texting on her phone?
I'm sitting next to her. She has her phone in one hand, sighing every other second about how shallow and selfish her former friend has become. Any caring husband would find cause for concern over behavior like that. So I glanced over and read her texts. I couldn't believe the way you talk to her. She's such a nice, caring wife and mother. I didn't think she had any enemies in life until I met you. To think someone she used to think of as a friend would be so diabolically evil to her.
Who are you calling evil? You're only getting a slight peek into years of torture. Whatever you think about her now, she is not actually like that. She might be halfway decent at cooking now, but back in college, she really was awful. It wasn't just her cooking either. She could barely clean her own room or do any household chores. She grew up a privileged brat, and she hasn't changed a bit. I feel so sorry for you. You must be so unhappy with her.
Nope, not even a little. I don't like doing the housework any more than she does. As long as we manage to keep up with it between the two of us, it doesn't really matter now, does it? All parents with young children struggle maintaining a clean house. That's nothing to be ashamed of. I can tell you, though, that she has been my rock throughout all of this. Being a new mother must be hard enough, but she makes it look so easy.
Okay, then what about her face? She always wore so much makeup to cover up all that skin damage and acne. She's actually hideous under all that, right? You must secretly think she's ugly when she takes off her makeup. Ha!
I never think she's ugly. It doesn't matter to me if she has makeup on or not. She's just as beautiful with it off.
Really?
Oh, but that's not all. I also think all her mannerisms and quirkiness are adorable. I love everything about my wife. I also love how she's never afraid to show her full range of emotion. You always know how she's feeling or where you stand with her. The thing I love most about her, though, would probably have to be her smile when she laughs, though. She's the kind of girl that can light up a room just by walking in. Everyone we know seems to adore her. So, why should I be any different? It's already been 3 years since we've been married, but I still get butterflies in my stomach whenever I see that smile.
Huh? Feel free to stop it already with the spam. I didn't ask for your each and every thought. You don't just go up to random strangers and start gushing about your feelings for your wife. That's private information. Or at least save it for people who are interested. Thank you. Why do you think I want to hear all about what makes her so great, huh? Think before you speak.
Okay, I'll make you a deal. How about I think before I speak if you agree to do the same? Do you think you can manage that? Do you think you can manage not talking down to my wife for 1 minute the way you have been the past week? Because let me tell you where I'm coming from. I can't just stand by while you bash my wife like you have been. What kind of a husband would I be if I just sat by and let you talk to her like that? That's why for each and everything you disparage my wife about, as a loving husband, I have an obligation to push back. I will protect my wife from pests trying to talk down to her.
What did you just call me?
What did I just call you? That's the nicest thing I've said about you today. You should have heard the rough drafts of that text I deleted out of kindness. I think you could stand to use a little kindness when you talk. Look, I get you do not get along with my wife. I don't fully understand what she's doing to you now to make you so invested in her, but you can make it all go away once and for all very easily. All you have to do is walk away. If you don't reach out to her, I promise you she never even thought to reach out to you to begin with. She's certainly not going to reach out to you after this. You live your life and find the happiness you think you deserve and leave us out of it. How does that sound?
If I did that, then what was the point of all these years? I have to be happier than Kate. It's been my life's mission to make her life miserable the way she made mine miserable during college. I have to beat her.
If that's your goal in life, then I'm sorry to say you will never attain that goal. You already lost the instant you made this about winning and losing. Life doesn't work that way. May, I can't imagine you will ever be happy in life.
Excuse me? What makes you think I'm going to sit here and be told garbage like that from you? I will too be happy. I told you it's my life's mission to be happier than her. I'm not going to stop just because things didn't work out this time. I'll be on top soon enough.
Nah, no way. Absolutely no way. You don't seem to have a single personality trait that would make someone else happy, let alone yourself. Here's a little piece of advice. If you want to find happiness in life, maybe take a look at yourself in the mirror. My granddad had a saying about people like you. Obsession makes you ugly. If that's true, you must be the ugliest person in the entire world.
What did you say to me?
Alright, that's enough fun for one day for me. I'm gonna go ahead and block you now. If you really want to live a happy life, go off and live it to your heart's content. Away from us.
What is your problem? You show up out of nowhere and speak to me like an animal. Where do you get off? I might hate you more than I hate Kate.
Oh, really? Then maybe I can win a few points toward getting on your good side. Let me give you some genuine advice by letting you in on a little secret, from a man's perspective. You should watch out for men who like women who take care of them. From the moment a man meets the one he truly loves, he will go out of his way to do anything for them. Remember that.
What? Really?
I hope you find someone who will take care of you and love you for you. Okay, bye-bye now.
Immediately after that, Sean blocked May's number from Kate's phone. We haven't heard from her directly ever since. A while after that, I heard a rumor that May and Justin broke off their engagement. What's more, it seems Justin had signed a non-disclosure agreement with the team he was going to sign for, but she couldn't keep her mouth shut, telling anyone who would listen about it. Justin ended up getting sued by the team for a crazy sum of money. Since he paid back all the money, it seems he's gotten things under control a little bit. But I also heard he's gotten a lifetime ban from attending any major league games, which is music to my ears. I guess we won't have to worry about going to games as a family anymore.
Hey, Heather. I heard that you and Jose are getting married. Is that really true?
Yeah? And? What's it to you? He proposed to me the other day, and now we're engaged. Pretty sure I mentioned that to you before, didn't I?
What do you mean the other day? That was half a year ago. Why is it that you've been engaged for this long, yet you've never brought him by to meet me and your father? We haven't even met his parents yet either. When you marry someone, you're marrying their whole family. At least set up a lunch so that we can at least meet each other. Have you even started making any preparations for your wedding? I'm concerned. I'm sorry if I'm nagging you, but I'm kind of worried. I want my little girl's day to be special.
Well, if you already know you're annoying, then how about you just keep your mouth shut? Besides, Jose already came by the house to meet Dad. We had dinner with both of our families last week. We went to a pretty nice restaurant, too.
Wait, you did? How come I didn't know about this? He came to our house? When did this happen? I've never seen him here. And neither you nor your dad mentioned that you would be going out to dinner with Jose and his parents. How come neither of you mentioned this to me?
Oops, my bad. Guess it slipped my mind. But it's not like I want to introduce you to him anyway. So I guess it was kind of on purpose. I intentionally chose days when you were working to do everything. You would have just been in the way and made things unnecessarily complicated.
But why?
So you don't even need to worry about it. The wedding preparations are going just fine. They're going great without you, and you just ruin everything, so stay out of it.
Wait a second here, Heather. Why would you do all of that important stuff while I'm working? I'm your mother, so shouldn't I be involved? Why don't you want me to meet Jose? Shouldn't I be allowed to meet my future son-in-law at the bare minimum? Why are you being like this?
Isn't it obvious? You're not my real mom, so why would I want you involved in my wedding day?
Is that what this is all about?
I never told Jose and his family that my dad remarried when I was little. He doesn't need to know that I have a stepmom. It'll be such a pain for me to let you meet him. I'd have to explain everything, and I really don't want to at this point.
Why would it even matter that you have a stepmom? It's pretty normal to have a blended family these days. For someone who's so young, that's a pretty old-school way of thinking, don't you think?
Are you seriously saying that? Blended families might not be uncommon, but they definitely get attention and raise red flags. If his family knows, they'll definitely wonder whether my dad and I get along with my birth mother. Or like, why she walked out and left us in the first place. They're old money, Mariah. They think differently. I'm not marrying into just any old family. I hate being asked things like that the most. And I don't even want to put myself in a situation where I'd have to deal with it.
You have a point there. Some people definitely do think like that. On the other hand, you might end up being overly concerned about nothing. But it's not like you're doing anything wrong, so I think you should just be more confident in yourself. I'm sure both Jose and his parents will understand too. You just have to explain it to them.
Don't make it sound so easy. It's not that simple. And what if they think that we're a family with a complicated past and break off the engagement? What if they find out that I'm a daughter who was abandoned by her biological mother? They'll think that I grew up without knowing what the love between a parent and a child is supposed to look like. Then they'll abandon me too.
Just change the narrative to make yourself look more appealing. It's not that hard to put a positive spin on it. You can just tell them that even if your birth mom isn't in the picture, that you still have a mother who raised and loved you for many years. You can honestly tell them that you grew up with more than enough love in your life up to now. If anything, if they really think like that, then breaking off the engagement might be the right choice.
You've got to be kidding me. Stop joking around. Jose is the best fiancé in the world. Do you know how hard I worked to get him? He's a famous doctor with a degree from a prestigious university, and he's the second son of a very wealthy family. I can't let a guy like that slip away. I'd have to be out of my mind. I'm absolutely determined to marry him and upgrade my life.
Then maybe you should explain our situation to him even more quickly. The more difficult something is to say, the more likely it will become a big problem if you keep putting it off. You can't keep something like this a secret forever. You should really tell Jose the truth as soon as possible.
Oh, shut up! You're so annoying. I'll tell him when I'm ready, okay? I just need to wait for the right time. So quit nagging me about it already, will ya? You're not even my real mom. So who do you think you are to get involved and try to lecture me with your lame advice? You're just an old hag who's been living with us for 20 years. So don't get carried away. Stay in your place.
What did you say to me?
Anyway, don't do anything unnecessary. If you dare try to blab to Jose and his family, I swear, I'll hold a grudge against you for life.
Pardon me, would this be Mariah? I certainly hope I have the right contact information. You're Heather's stepmother, aren't you? Yeah, I am, but who are you? Sorry to contact you so out of the blue like this. My name is Elaine. I'm Heather's birth mother. Huh? Wait, seriously? So that means you're Anderson's ex-wife? Yes, that's right. I am. Actually, I heard that Heather is getting married soon. I reached out to you to talk about that. You want to talk to me about it? Okay, that's fine, I guess. But I'm surprised you're not reaching out to Heather herself. Rather than talk, it might be more accurate to say that I have a favor to ask of you. I'm so sorry to ask this, but could you tell Heather not to contact me anymore? No matter how much I tell her not to, she just keeps contacting me. I couldn't help but wonder if it was because you felt like you'd be overstepping your boundaries by getting involved with her wedding as her stepmom. She's really getting on my nerves with her incessant messaging, though. Oh, wow. This is a lot to process. What in the world is going on? I'm not sure if I follow. I'm incredibly lost, so can you explain it to me like I'm a child? Yes, I get it. It's definitely a lot. I'd probably have a hard time following along if someone told me all of this out of the blue, too. Actually, a few months ago, Heather contacted me directly to tell me that she was getting married. Given our history, though, I'm surprised that she wanted to tell me at all. Wait, she went out of her way to reach out to you? After all this time? Yeah. I was honestly pretty surprised considering we hadn't spoken to each other once since the divorce. I was so happy that she felt the need to tell me. I was genuinely happy for her at first and congratulated her from the bottom of my heart. But now she won't stop blowing up my phone, asking me to meet her fiancé and his family, and eventually even asking me to attend her wedding. At that time, I figured that congratulating her would be enough. But this is getting overwhelming. What did you say? Of course I declined her invitation, though. It'd be way too disrespectful to you. After all, you raised her for 20 years. Can you even imagine me showing up there when it should be you? Wait a minute. Slow down a sec. So let me get this straight. Heather seriously invited you not only to meet her fiancé's parents, but also to participate in their wedding? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to reach out to you directly to handle it. It doesn't matter how much I protest. That stubborn girl keeps insisting that her birth mother should be the one at her wedding. She doesn't listen at all. Uh-huh. While I have you on the phone, there's something I'm actually quite curious about. I'm kind of surprised the two of you are on good terms, so this is all extremely shocking for me. Well, yeah, I suppose you'd think that, wouldn't you? Given everything. Again, I'm equally surprised about her reaching out. I apologize in advance for being blunt, but aren't you the same person who abandoned Heather when she was just a kid? You divorced Anderson while Heather was still in elementary school. So I just can't imagine that girl inviting someone like you to be a part of such huge life milestones. Well, it's definitely true that I was the one to initially file for the divorce. But it was those two who drove me to that point and eventually kicked me out of the house, you know. Wait a minute. You're telling me those two are the ones who kicked you out? You didn't just up and abandon all of your chores and parenting responsibilities to live your best life. That's rich. I can't believe that's what they told you. Yeah, that's pretty much what they've been telling me. Heather always goes on and on saying she was abandoned. Anyone who knows her has heard her say it at least 1,000,000 times. And Anderson said her personality became sick and twisted because of you. Wow. Way to blame the parent who's not even in the picture. Well, at this point, though, it doesn't matter anymore anyway. Anywho, I have no desire to be involved in that girl's wedding, in any way, shape, or form. So would you please tell her that? And also tell her to leave me alone. Please and thank you. Heather, what's going on? As soon as I got to the venue, I was turned away by the reception staff. They said there was no seat reserved for me and asked me to leave.
Is that so? So sorry, Mariah, but what did you expect? Well, since they're not letting you in anyway, you can just go home now. You fake mama wannabe. Please leave quickly and quietly so my fiancé and his family don't see you. Okay, thanks.
Just who are you calling a fake mom? I wasn't fake when I was raising you for the past 20 years.
I only want my real mom to be here. I don't know why you even bothered showing up. This way, I don't have to tell him about Dad's divorce after all. I can just cover it up and live happily ever after. You're nothing but a nuisance, so just hurry up and be on your merry little way. Okay? You're neither needed nor welcome here. So get lost.
Wow, Heather. Just wow. I tried to warn you. I really did. Well, if you don't want to tell him, that's your choice. Now, when it blows up in your face, don't come crying to me.
Oh, you silly goose. Why would I bother telling him something that could risk our whole marriage? I want this marriage to succeed no matter what. So I'll take this to the grave if I have to.
Never mind your marriage. Your whole wedding is about to fail, just so you know. You can kick me out and keep me from coming to your wedding as much as you want to. But do you even know if your birth mother is planning to show up today?
Of course, she's definitely coming. Why wouldn't she? She's my birth mom, after all. I sent her an invitation and everything. She already RSVP'd, so why wouldn't she show up? She told me she can't wait to see her baby girl walking down the aisle in a beautiful white dress.
She did? That's kind of surprising.
We may not have seen each other or talked in over 20 years, but what mother wouldn't want to see her daughter get married? Plus, Dad says he'll support me no matter what I decide to do. So whether you're here or not, this wedding is gonna go off without a hitch.
I can't believe even Anderson would say such a thing. What do you two even think of me, Heather? Do you even consider me family? I've raised you for over 20 years now, Heather. Over 20 years! I think of you as my own daughter. How do you think it makes me feel not being able to see my own daughter's wedding? Do you really think I want to miss your big day?
It should be totally fine. I don't see what the big deal is. Seriously though, Mariah, I've never even once thought of you as a mother in the whole time that you've raised me.
Wait, you didn't? Are you serious?
You're only married to my dad. Don't act like we're actually family or something. When Mom left after the divorce, we needed someone to take care of the house. That's why my dad settled and decided to marry you. You will never be my mother. I wouldn't consider you my mother even if my life depended on it.
You can't be serious. I'm not saying I want to take the place of your birth mother or anything, but to think that we don't have a bond after 20 years? I thought of you as my daughter this whole time. I raised you and I loved you with all of my heart. So it really hurts to hear you say that. I gave you and Anderson my blood, sweat, and tears day in and day out. I sacrificed so much for this family because I love you both. So how can you sit here and say something so heartless like that to me?
Oh, you're so annoying. Just leave and go home, you useless old hag. I'm waiting on my real mom to show up any moment now. You have no place here, so just get lost. Truth be told, I don't care if I ever see your ugly face again.
All right then, I get it. I've heard enough, Heather. I'll just leave.
Bye-bye, Mariah! You usable grandma. Why don't you stay home and watch TV on your old people couch? We're here celebrating my wedding with blood relatives only.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be a happy and emotional affair for you at all. It's gonna be a huge disaster. But at least I tried to warn you. I honestly don't care anymore. Do whatever you want and good luck with your wedding.
Hold on. What's that supposed to mean? You're just saying that because you're mad that I don't want you here.
You'll see soon enough, Heather. Hope you're prepared. Well, I'm off now. But you know what? Going home right now would probably irritate me even more. So I think I'm just gonna go grab some lunch somewhere. There is that one cute cafe I've been wanting to check out.
OMG! Mariah, what should I do? My birth mom said she's not coming after all. Oh no! What am I supposed to do now?
Now, I wonder why that is. You sent her an invitation, didn't you? And she RSVP'd, didn't she? I wonder what's happening.
That's what I want to know. I just don't understand. We agreed on a time and she's still not here. And she won't pick up the phone either. I don't understand. What should I do? And then get this. When she finally responded to me, she said she doesn't feel like going.
Oh my goodness. Sounds like you're in quite the pickle.
I can't believe she would do this to me. Who does she think she is? I can't believe I went out of my way to invite her just for her to ghost me. How could she not show up to her own daughter's wedding? And the craziest part is, she doesn't seem the least bit sorry about it either. Literally, what the hell? How could she cancel at the last minute and now act like it's not a big deal?
Did she ever even actually tell you that she was coming? I get the feeling you just assumed she was gonna be at your wedding even though she didn't actually RSVP.
Of course I did! How could I not? She's my mom, after all. Unlike you, she's my birth mom. She held me in her stomach for 9 months. The least she could do is come to my wedding. What kind of mother would willingly miss her own daughter's wedding? What kind of person even does that?
This person right here. That's who. So could you please just give it up already? I have absolutely no intention whatsoever of coming to your wedding ceremony today.
You're not even invited, Mariah! Who cares?
This isn't Mariah. Oh, and sorry to jump into your conversation like this. I just couldn't stand watching this anymore, so I borrowed Mariah's phone.
Hold up. Mom? As in, my mom who gave birth to me?
Yes, that's exactly who you're talking to right now. Mariah and I just met up at this adorable cafe, too. We're about to grab some tasty lunch. So I'd really appreciate it if you could stop ruining our lunch date. Please and thank you.
No, wait. I don't understand. What's going on? Mom, why are you and Mariah having lunch together? Today is my wedding day. You should be here with me celebrating. But you bailed on my wedding to have lunch with some stranger?
That's not the case, Heather, and you know it. I never canceled on you. I told you very clearly from the beginning that I was not going to your wedding. I have no interest in being there. You just ignored me and conveniently misinterpreted my messages.
Oh my god. I'm getting dizzy. I can't keep up with all of this. This is too much for me to take right now. Why are the two of you having lunch together in the first place? You're my birth mom and my stepmom. It's weird. Why would you two be out together? I just don't get it. I doubt you two have even met before. So when did you have the chance to get so close all of a sudden?
To tell you the truth, we just met for the first time today.
What? So you guys don't even know each other like that?
To be frank, I got so sick of you contacting me over and over and over again. I'm pretty sure I wasn't reciprocating, but you just wouldn't quit. I got so peeved that I reached out to Mariah and asked her to tell you to stop. I told her that I felt bad that you invited me to the wedding when she's the one who's raised you for the past 20 years. So imagine my surprise when she told me that you didn't even invite her. I felt bad that she had to deal with that from you. So I mustered up my courage and asked her if she wanted to grab lunch together. And you know what? We're having a good time right now. Even if I would have just stayed home, your messages are so annoying. You just don't stop. So I needed to get out of the house anyway.
So now because of that, the two of you are just all buddy-buddy and having lunch together at some cafe? How do you even have each other's contact information? None of this makes any sense.
I actually worked pretty hard to get Mariah's contact info. I had to do all kinds of searches online until I could finally find her. But I only did that because I needed her help. She was the only person I could think of that might get you to stop bothering me.
What? Mom, why would you do something like that?
Because you're hard-headed, Heather. No matter how many times I tell you that I don't want to talk to you and don't want anything to do with you, you just keep reaching out. When I tell you to leave me alone, you just keep repeating that I'm your birth mom. As if I don't know that. You were getting on my last nerves, so I decided to reach out to Mariah directly and tell her to let you know that you needed to stop.
But I don't understand. Why would you go that far? Why did you feel the need to reach out to Mariah? She's not even important, and it's not like I listened to anything she said anyway. That being said, though, you didn't tell Mariah anything unnecessary, did you?
Oh, and what do you mean by unnecessary? You mean like you inviting me to your wedding and to meet your fiancé's parents while completely disregarding the woman who dedicated her life to you? Or maybe exposing the truth behind you always saying you were abandoned by me. When in reality, it was you and your father who drove me out. I wonder which of those things is unnecessary.
Well,
could it be that you hid everything and made up some convenient lie to make Mariah and everyone else feel sorry for you, even though you don't deserve it? You go around telling everyone that I was just the worst and abandoned you and all of my household duties to go out and live my best life. Isn't that right? When in reality, I worked hard as a housewife, devoting myself to you and your father. And yet the two of you always looked down on me and eventually kicked me out.
No, Mom. Wait, please. Please don't tell Mariah about any of that.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Heather. Mariah already knows everything.
But how? How could she possibly know?
When I reached out to her before, she had a few questions about our past. She didn't understand why you wanted so desperately for someone who walked out on you to be at your wedding. She was curious to hear my side of the story so that she could make sense of everything. She said your father blames all of your bad behavior on the fact that I abandoned you. But Mariah was smart enough to figure out that wasn't the case.
No way. This can't be real. So just because she asked, you told her every last detail?
Of course. I told her everything from my perspective. Like how your personality has been twisted from the very beginning. And how it got even worse when I decided to become a housewife. I spent all of my time catering to you and your father, just for the two of you to look down on me. If your father would have at least put you in your place, it might have been bearable. But he was so afraid of you hating him that he would never stand up to you and take my side. He was so spineless, and I'm glad that I don't have to be tortured by the two of you anymore. I was miserable, being disrespected by my daughter and my husband day in and day out. I would have been crazy not to leave. I told her everything and didn't leave out a single detail. And I also told her that I hate the two of you from the bottom of my heart, to this day.
What? I mean, it wasn't really all that bad. Why would you exaggerate to her like that?
Mariah is sweet and kind-hearted. It's a wonder how she dealt with the two of you for as long as she did. She listened to everything I had to say, and I appreciate her for that. She also told me how different my side of the story was from everything that you and your father had told her. You and your father are just so good at fabricating stories that suit you. You two will say anything to make yourselves look like the victims.
That's not true. We told her the truth, I swear.
Poor Mariah. She actually believed your stories all this time. She's so sweet that it took her 20 years to start doubting you two. And on top of that, she raised you like her own daughter the whole time. You're not even related to her, but she cared about you so deeply. And yet, you didn't even invite someone like that to your wedding. You're unbelievable! I see you really haven't changed one bit since I divorced your father. I definitely made the right choice by deciding not to go to your wedding.
Please don't say that, Mom. Please come. I need you. I swear I'll apologize for everything I did to you in the past later. Period. So please just come. Don't say mean things like you're glad you decided not to show up. You're my real mom. There's no way you really feel that way.
What about all the mean things you used to say to me? Even though you're my real daughter, why did you say such hurtful things to me? Back then, you always called me a useless old woman and treated me like I was nothing more than your personal maid. Every single day. I'll never forget how awful those days were, and I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life.
Mom, don't say that. Whatever happened to turning the other cheek?
Well then, have fun at your wedding. Mariah and I are going to get back to enjoying our mommy lunch date.
Mariah, please! At this point, I'm okay if it's you. Just please come back. Jose's parents keep saying they want to meet my mom. I swear I'll stop lying to them about our relationship. I'll tell the truth from now on. I promise. So please just come.
Oh, but Heather, you've got even more to cover up from them now. I wasn't allowed in when I tried to go, so I certainly won't be going back. And your birth mother hates her guts, so she definitely won't be coming either. So why don't you just tell them your moms are not going to be coming?
How can you say that? Please, Mariah. Dad's right next to me apologizing for everything. Do it for both of us. Please? He said he's really sorry for letting me have my way all the time and not properly disciplining me.
Oh, isn't that sweet? But tell your dad that it's too late for him to start apologizing now. After all, wasn't he on board with your whole little plan?
Well, yeah, but that's only because I told him to.
Ah, there it is. Elaine was right. He really is spineless for not being willing to go against you. Just because you're his daughter, he just goes along with every little thing you say. It feels good that I can finally be open and honest about it after talking to Elaine. Because, to tell the truth, I was always pretty frustrated by how he went along with every little thing you said. But now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Even when I tried to talk to him about you, he would always brush it off. And leave it at that, without addressing the deeper issue. I always thought we needed to be firmer with you.
Whoa, Mariah? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? You're usually so nice and sweet. Where did that Mariah go?
I'm pretty sure she disappeared into the far reaches of the universe. She's somewhere floating around with the stars.
What? I don't follow.
Read between the lines, Heather. She's gone. Until now, I believed in both of you wholeheartedly and devoted myself to this family. But you treated me so horribly and even tried to manipulate Elaine for your own benefit. I have no more reason to be kind and devoted to such trash people like you and your dad. So I'm divorcing your father. Tell him that for me, will you?
What? You're seriously divorcing him over this?
So now, I guess neither I nor Elaine are your mothers anymore. Isn't that great for you? It certainly is for us. And since we're not your mothers anymore, neither of us is obligated to attend your wedding today. So good luck with that. Don't ever contact me or Elaine ever again. We're blocking your numbers. Both yours and your dad's.
Wait, no. Please. I'm begging you. Get a divorce if you want to, I don't care. But please just come to my wedding. You said so yourself. You raised me for 20 years, and I'm like a daughter to you. Are you seriously not going to show up either? Are you okay knowing that you and my mom are completely ruining my wedding?
Good. I'm glad it's ruined. I told you this was gonna happen. I hope it burns to the ground. Well then, if you'll excuse me, Elaine and I are about to toast with champagne now. Heather was eventually confronted by her fiancé's family. They found out that Heather was raised in a blended family, that her stepmom who raised her was turned away from the venue, and that the birth mom was invited but declined the invitation to come. It seems she confessed everything in great detail. To say that the groom and his family were shocked would be an understatement. As a result, the wedding was temporarily cancelled, and after hearing the entire story, her fiancé decided he couldn't be involved with someone so manipulative and unappreciative and called the whole thing off. And it turns out that Heather ended up having to pay for the entirety of the cancelled wedding in full. On the other hand, as for me, I immediately divorced my husband and moved out of his house as soon as I could. Currently, I'm sharing an apartment with Elaine. We hit it off so well during that lunch date, which may have been somewhat fueled by alcohol, that we decided to become roommates. Surprisingly, these days have been quite enjoyable, and we spend them happily together. I still can't believe I got a new friend out of all this mess.
Is this Mary's phone number? Do I have the right person? Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Natalie, Cole's ex from college. He must have told you about me, right? Hello? Are you reading these texts?
Oh, hi, I guess. Did you need something from my husband? Were you trying to talk to him or something? If so, could you text or call him instead of me? That'd be better, I think.
No, I'm not trying to talk to Cole. I've got something to say to you. That's why I went out of my way and got him to tell me your number. I mean, isn't that obvious? You're the one I'm texting right now.
You have something to say to me? What is it?
You sure seem kind of standoffish. Is that my imagination? Don't tell me you're always like that. Ew. Oh! Maybe that's why Cole described you the way he did. I totally get it now.
I'm so sorry to cut you off right when you seem to have figured something out. But I'm a bit busy at the moment doing this and that. So if you have something that you need to tell me, I would appreciate it if you could just let me know quickly.
Fine. Let me just cut to the chase. So, the thing is, we've decided to get back together.
Get back together? Who?
I know, you must be shocked. I so get that. I mean, I'm telling you the news like this because I wanted you to be surprised anyways.
Wait just a moment. What exactly are you trying to say right now?
Well, a little while ago, there was a class reunion on campus for homecoming. Well, I guess it wasn't really a full reunion. It was just those of us who were in the same club up at school hanging out. We had such a ball. It was a really good time. And Cole and I just started talking about how we worked so well together. Just the epitome of hashtag couple goals, you know what I mean?
I know he said he was going out drinking with his friends from the club he was in at college. But that was more than 6 months ago.
So, about that. We've actually been seeing each other since then behind your back.
I'm sorry, you've been what? You know that Cole and I are married, don't you? So what you mean is that the two of you have been having an affair?
Yeah, I guess an affair is what you'd call it. Can you really blame us, though? Neither of us were satisfied with who we were married to. Just total frustration. You know what I mean?
When you say neither of you, you don't mean... Hold on just a sec. Don't tell me you're also married to someone else.
My hubby's just a normal, boring guy stuck in the corporate world. Not going up the ladder at all.
So, you mean, both you and my husband are betraying the trust of your spouses? Forsaking your vows?
I mean, yeah. I already said that's the reason I'm texting you now. We're thinking about taking our relationship to the next step and making things official. So I'm letting you know everything about the affair and how Cole's betraying you. Because I'd really like it if you broke up with him. Could you do that for me?
Do you get what you're saying to me right now?
Of course I do. I'm going to be the one married to Cole, and we're going to live a glamorous life together. And all I have to do now is move you out of the way. That's what I'm saying. Get lost.
Glamorous?
Yeah, I mean, Cole's always worn designer clothes, even since back at school. He always made sure to have a nice car. So I kind of always figured that he might be rich. He took me by your place the other day, and I couldn't believe my eyes. I had no idea you guys lived in such a giant house. Once I saw that, I told myself that I would get back together with him and take the relationship seriously.
It's true, the house we live in is on the larger side. But my husband's just a normal office worker.
I know that, of course. I also know that the CEO of the company he works for is his father. And that the house the two of you live in is the house Cole grew up in. You know why? Because he told me everything. even know that he's an only child.
What about him being an only child?
Are you dense or what? Yeah, you're definitely not cut out for the role of the next CEO's wife. Cole was right when he decided to divorce you and marry me, so I can be in that position instead.
What do you mean by that?
His father is the CEO. Duh. So that means Cole's sure to take on the role next since he's his father's only child. Keep up. And plus, Cole told me what his dad told him. He's set to start working at the company, so he can take over the CEO position for his dad when he retires.
Well, I suppose it is true that his father said something like that. That was when he first started his job with the company. Cole told you all of that? Really?
I mean, of course. I'm the one who's going to be supporting him as his wife from here on out. Do you get the position you're in now?
Basically, what you're saying is, the two of you want to turn your affair into a legitimate relationship. So you're telling me to divorce him so that he can marry you?
Maybe you're not that dense after all. And you're taking this so well, too. Please and thanks! Anyways, that's the deal. So will you hurry up and file those divorce papers? I'm enough to make him happy, so he doesn't need you anymore.
You're the one who chose to sleep with a married man. My husband. And now you're asking me for favors? Telling me to divorce him to help you out. You've got some nerve. Aren't you even going to apologize?
Apologize? What? Just what makes you think I should have to apologize to you? I'm the one who met Cole first anyways. I dated him way before he even knew you, too. And then you came along years later and married him. So really, you stole him from me.
But when I dated him, the two of you had long since broken up. He told me that his girlfriend in college, you, was his first girlfriend. But that you ended up dumping him because you thought he was too boring. You're the one who threw Cole away like some chewed up gum. So don't try to rewrite history now. Not to mention, you also went and got married to someone else.
God, shut up! You're so annoying. That's why Cole doesn't love you anymore. Anyways, like I said, I met him first. End of. So obviously, you're the one who should give him up since you showed up after me. Do you seriously not get that?
That sure is convenient for you.
Whatever! The point is, he's going to dump you in the end. So just get ready for that. I was nice enough to let you know, so, you know, you're welcome.
I really feel bad for the way I've treated you. I'm not the only one you've mistreated, you know. What about our children? Do you care about them at all? There's nothing else I could do. Natalie said she's pregnant. I'm a man, so I have to do right by her. You say that now, but she texted me herself. And it was before she ever said she was pregnant. Even back then, she was asking me to divorce you so the two of you could get married. I'm actually not at all surprised to hear about the affair. I just want to know if you thought at all about how this affects our children. I feel bad. Really, I do. That's all you've been saying. Even during the divorce proceedings a while ago, all you said was that you feel bad. It would have been nice if we could have divorced amicably, but it's turned into a fight over what we each want. And out of everything, it seems like you didn't have any interest in splitting custody of the kids. Were they not important enough to you to fight for? I don't care how you feel about me, but it would have been nice if you at least acted like our children were important to you. I'll give you full custody. I won't contest it at all. You won't contest it, huh? So you don't care. Fine, whatever. I have no faith in you whatsoever anymore. If you have no plans of stepping up to be the father they need and deserve, then it's definitely better that you're not around at all. Going forward, I'm going to live together with Natalie and our baby. I'll make sure I take care of both of them. Natalie and her child are not the only people you should feel the need to take care of. Do you not get that? I'll never forgive you for putting my children through this. That's all right. You don't have to. I'll make sure the court makes you pay both alimony and child support. That's fine. And, Mary, I actually have a favor to ask. A favor? I'll pay alimony and the child support. I'll pay it, okay? So, could you and the kids move out of the house? This week, if possible. I'm sorry, what? Obviously, there's no way we can move our whole lives out of the house in a week. That's what Natalie wants. She's really hoping to live in the house as soon as we can. And I want to do whatever I can to give her what she wants. I'll tell you right now, there's no way that's happening. Even if we were to move like you want us to, a week is nowhere near enough time. I would have to pack up and move both myself and 2 kids. There's no way I can do that in just a couple of days. Maybe you could move back to your parents' place? My parents' place? The place that you said is too far to visit any more than once a year? You mean that place? I did say that, but if it's just you and the kids, rather than all 4 of us going there, you can make it work somehow, right? The kids have school and they're enrolled in this district. I can't just make them miss class by moving to a different school district in the middle of the school year. Then maybe some company subsidized housing? Even if I put in an application and got approved for that, it would still take at least a month to get that approval and then move. But Natalie's really itching to get in that house. Oh, maybe you could rent an Airbnb on a month-to-month basis. Then you just stay there while you find somewhere to move more permanently. If you don't mind being the one to pay for all of that. Okay. I guess I'll ask my dad about it. All this talk about doing what's right, but you won't use your own money to do that, huh? I mean, my dad's got way more money than I do. I'm sure he'll be happy to do whatever I ask him once I let him know it's for his 2 favorite grandchildren. And if we ask my dad, you and the kids will be comfortable too, right? So I feel like it'll be a win-win for everyone. All right. I'll try to find an Airbnb and pack up the house. Since you're the one paying for it all anyway. Great. Now Natalie and I can move in together. Just to let you know, though, we haven't officially finalized our divorce yet. The meeting we had today was just to lay out all of the facts. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm going to hire a lawyer, so you'll be hearing from them going forward. Got it. Just tell me one last thing. Do you really not feel anything for me or the kids at all anymore? I feel really bad. But try to see where I'm coming from, Mary. Natalie's the first girl I ever dated. My first girlfriend. So she's just special to me. You've made everything perfectly clear. Now that you've said that, I feel like I can completely let go of my feelings for you. I can move on from every part of my relationship with you with no regrets. So, thank you for that. And thanks to you too, for talking to me like this and, well, everything. I'm grateful for our time together. And I'm really sorry. Honestly.
You really got all the moving done in a week! I guess anything's possible with a little bit of effort, huh? And oh my god, thank you so much for letting me have your husband, your house, and all of Cole's money. On top of all of that, I'm pregnant with his child too. I think it's pretty obvious to see who came out on top in all of this.
On top?
What I'm saying is, even though you and Cole are divorced now and you're only his ex-wife, you still have 2 of his children. His blood. So if I didn't find some way to change things, your kids would have been the ones inheriting all of his money in the future, you see?
You don't have to worry about that. The children and I have no plans of going after any of Cole's money.
Oh no, I'm fine now. I'm not worried at all anymore. Because now I'll have one of Cole's children too. Not to mention, I'm the one who's his legal wife now. If anything happens to Cole, my kid will be the one getting all of his money. That's hilarious!
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I never thought things would go so smoothly. All according to plan. I I mean, all of Cole's money and that giant house of his are now legally mine!
Thanks for taking him off my hands.
Huh? Thank you. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Wait, I know what it is. Now that Cole's dumped you, you're so depressed that you've completely lost it, haven't you?
Not at all. I'm truly thankful from the bottom of my heart. You see, I had wanted to divorce Cole for a while, but I could never figure out a way to do it that made sense. I was really racking my brain over it for a long time.
What the heck are you talking about?
Well, first, there was the issue of the children. But the main problem was that Cole had absolutely no interest in divorcing up till now. So I couldn't really move forward with my plans until I found some way for it to look like it was all his idea. I could have asked him for a separation and then divorced him after that, but that would have taken too much time for my liking. But then, right when I was thinking over all of those options, you, the mistress, showed up with perfect timing. And just like that, I was divorced. Your existence really came in handy. Thanks.
You wanted to get divorced? You wanted to divorce a total catch like Cole. Are you dumb or something?
We just didn't ever quite get along. And our ideas about how to raise our children didn't match either.
So that's how it was, eh? The two of you were a mismatch from the start then. That means that this whole time, his soulmate was me, not you. And it makes sense that he wouldn't match with you anyway.
By all means, live a happily ever after life with your soulmate. My lawyer will be in touch soon. He'll let you know how much Cole owes me in alimony and lawyer's fees. So make sure you and Cole make some arrangement with my lawyer about how to pay all of that off, okay?
Don't you worry. Cole's going to pay any amount of alimony your lawyer throws at us. He'll take care of it for both of us. He's filthy rich after all.
Well, good for you.
You should go ahead and request as much as you possibly can. After all, you're going to have to raise his 2 kids without his salary or any of his money to help you out. Just what the heck is this? Why can't we get into the house? You must have done something. You did something to mess things up, didn't you? Come on, pick up the phone.
I'm so sorry. I'm in the library right now, so I can't pick up the phone. But I'm pretty sure I gave you my lawyer's business card so you could contact him if anything came up. You have it, right? So could you please talk to him instead?
You're acting like this is some little thing, but this is serious. Cole and I went on a trip and we just got back now. But we can't get into the house. Both the key and passcode won't work. Why can't we get into our house?
Oh, are you talking about the house that Cole and I used to live in together? If so, it's been put up for sale already. Cole's grandfather has been taking care of getting the locks changed and changing the passcodes.
What? What did you just say? It's been put up for sale? Why the heck would you do something like that while we weren't there and without asking us?
I don't see why anyone would have to ask you, to be honest. It's Cole's grandfather's house, after all. His name is the one on the deed. So he can do what he wants with his house without having to ask anyone, wouldn't you say?
Wait a sec. The deed to the house is in Cole's grandfather's name? It's not Cole's house.
Cole didn't tell you anything?
What do you mean, didn't tell me anything?
Cole's grandfather has always been the owner of the house for years and years. It's been that way since before he retired and was still active as the CEO of the company. And then all of Cole's grandfather's descendants have lived in it. First, his grandparents lived there, then his parents, and then Cole himself lived there with our family. At one point, all 3 generations lived there together, actually. But once Cole's grandfather resigned from his position and retired, he and Cole's grandmother moved to a nice little shorefront property. And once Cole's father took over as CEO, both of Cole's parents moved out of the family home and into a condo closer to the company.
Well, if his parents and grandparents all moved out, that makes the house Cole's, right?
Aw, no. The deed is still in his grandfather's name, even now. When Cole and I were living there, that was only because his grandfather didn't want it to be completely empty. So he asked us to stay there and take care of the upkeep and any other little incidentals. In exchange, he let us stay there for free. I guess you could say it's like we were renting it. But we were still only tenants, not the owners.
That whole time? You were just renting it?
So if Cole's grandfather decided to sell the house, that would mean that you and Cole have no choice but to move out of there.
No one ever told me anything about any of this!
Cole's grandfather is pretty straight-laced and conservative, so he's been very upset over this whole affair business. He even said he'd never let it slide, even if Cole is his grandchild. I'm thinking you're not going to have much luck trying to talk him out of selling the house.
Then, what about the condo you mentioned? You know, the condo where Cole's parents live? Where is it?
Cole's parents were pretty heated about this whole situation, too. Did you forget about that? They were there at the preliminary meeting for our divorce. Both of his parents and even your parents were all as mad as I've ever seen someone be. They even told both of them that from now on, no matter how much you begged or pleaded, they'd never do anything for you. And that you were both disowned. Don't you remember any of that?
Oh no. What are we supposed to do then? Who's going to help us?
No one's going to help you. You've burned bridges with both Cole's parents and his grandparents. Even your parents won't do anything for you. Since none of your close family will help you, that seems to me like you've exhausted all options and there's no one else you can really turn to.
How could this happen? I thought I was finally gonna get to live in a gorgeous mansion.
You and Cole can just buy another one for yourselves, right? It's just a house. That shouldn't be too hard.
That's right. Cole's gonna be the next CEO after all. No matter how mad his father is, Cole's still his only son. So he's still definitely next in line to take over for his dad. Even if his parents and grandparents don't help us, we can still make it on our own. Cole will take care of us himself.
Cole's been fired, though.
Huh? Fired?
Yes, he was fired last week and kicked out of the company.
What do you mean he was fired? For what? How could that happen when he's the next CEO? He's the one and only son of the current CEO.
You seem to have misunderstood something. Our company is a merit-based company, so people are promoted based on their own abilities. Even Cole's father only became CEO because he was the one best suited for the job. He beat out all the other competition. I heard it was a fierce battle, too.
Why are you calling it our company? And what do you mean, merit-based? Cole's father didn't just inherit the position?
Didn't you ever hear how Cole and I met?
Of course not. Why would I care about that?
We met when we both started working at the company around the same time. In other words, it was an office romance. After we got married, I got promotion after promotion. But Cole was stuck in the same position. He just couldn't seem to move forward.
Why not?
He didn't want to actually do his job, that's why. He was always full of himself, talking about how he is the CEO's son. In the end, all he did was run his mouth bragging instead of actually working. Since the company's merit-based, all of his colleagues around him got promoted and left him behind. And even then, he still didn't do any work. This year, he was finally assigned to a dead-end position with absolutely no responsibilities and definitely no room for growth.
No room for growth? You've got to be kidding me. Who's going to be the next CEO then?
Some other person who actually does their job is in the running for that position. But anyway, Cole spent this whole time being terrible at his job and then relying on his father or other people. He even had me take care of anything that came up with the house. Whenever there were money issues, Cole just went running to Daddy. Then he'd mention our children to guilt his father into helping him out. He'd never use any of his own money and never tried to solve anything on his own. I was just starting to get tired of the way he didn't handle things and was rethinking our whole relationship when you showed up.
Hold on. Why did he get fired? Even if they reassigned him to a dead-end position, I don't see why they went so far as to fire him. What
Well, I mean, that's because during the half of the work week when he was supposed to be working from home, he was running around outside instead, having fun, cheating with you.
Huh? With me? How would anyone know that?
Before we turned in the paperwork to finalize the divorce, everyone involved got together for a meeting. And during that meeting, we went through all of the facts of our marriage and your affair. Remember that? Both you and Cole had no problem telling everyone there all the ins and outs of your entire relationship. I guess you wanted to brag about just how much you loved each other. But all of that talking meant that there was a thorough written record of all the times you met up.
We just wanted to help hurry your divorce along. And we didn't care if what we said meant Cole would have to pay more alimony. We weren't worried, no matter the amount.
Well, the record from the meeting showed that during work hours, when he was supposed to be at home, working remotely, he was outside, doing things like going on dates with you instead. The company found out that he was meeting up with you during work hours, and that's why he was fired.
No way. So you mean Cole has no job at all?
I guess that would be the case, huh? I already received all of the alimony and child support in one lump sum payment, so it makes no difference to me at this point, honestly. But I hope you enjoy yourself, living your happy life with your soulmate.
Even if they reassigned him to a dead-end position, I don't see why they went so far as to fire him. I only took him from you so I could live a life of luxury. What's glamorous about this? How about this? If I give him back to you, can you give me all of the alimony back? Hey, are you listening?
Oh, I'm sorry to tell you, but we're already past the 30-day return period.
You can't be serious. Please, I'm begging you. Just take him back and give me the money. Or steal him back from me. Hey, Mary? How am I supposed to live the life of the rich and famous like this? I'm going to be dirt poor!
Apparently, Cole and Natalie went to both of their parents to beg for help. But their parents stuck to their word. None of them would give Cole or Natalie even a penny. The happy couple even ended up going all the way to my ex's grandfather's beach house to ask if he could do something to ease their situation. But they had no luck there either. Now I hear the two of them have both picked up part-time work and are scraping by. Maybe now they can finally both act like adults, actually do their jobs, and live honest lives. All I hope is that Natalie doesn't overdo it and work so hard that it harms their unborn child. Wishing the soulmates the best.
This is so annoying! I really shouldn't have to put up with this. Why the hell are you getting married to my brother? You really need to know your place.
Huh?
I heard everything from my mom. You guys finally planned out your wedding, and I was honestly hoping it was never going to happen. I can't believe my brother is marrying such an ugly woman. I don't understand why we have to deal with someone like you entering into our family. You are seriously stupid.
Please don't call me stupid. I have no idea why you are getting this upset. It is normal for people who are engaged to get married. It was going to happen eventually, no matter what.
Shut the hell up, you ugly piece of crap! I need you to cancel this wedding right now.
Cancel it? Why should I?
Because a wedding is for people who share their vows and love to each other in front of everyone. I just can't accept the fact that my brother will say that he loves you. You are too repulsive to be in my family. I would honestly throw up if I saw you two get married right in front of me. Kevin deserves someone with a better face. Plus, I just don't like you. If you go through with this wedding, it will seriously be unforgivable.
If you keep speaking to me this way, I'm going to get angry with you. Please stop. It's not just me, but I spoke with your parents and they are all really looking forward to the wedding. The only person who seems to have a problem with our marriage is you.
Well, yeah. It's because I don't like you. Since you are the bride, the decision is up to you whether or not to go through with getting married. If you say you don't want to get married anymore, everyone will go along with it. So just cancel the wedding. Got it?
Seriously, knock it off, Paula.
I'm not going to stop until you do as I say. No one actually cares to see you as a bride. Not even makeup or a pretty dress would fix that body and face. Plus, it's not like you have enough friends to invite to the wedding. Why waste your money on a whole wedding and everything if no one is going to be there?
Paula, you need to calm down. Your insults are getting out of control, and I really don't feel like having a full-blown argument right now.
Shut the hell up! They're not even insults when I'm just speaking the truth. Someone has to tell you how horrible you look. It's embarrassing. Weddings are meant for beautiful women. My family comes from a line of beautiful and smart people. If you stood up there next to my brother, it will only be even more embarrassing for you and my family. Trust me, you don't want to go through with this wedding. Just save yourself time and money, okay?
Do you really have to take things this far? You almost sound jealous that I'm having a wedding.
Oh, please, jealous of you. I just don't like you. There's nothing more to it. If you finally understand what I'm trying to say, then call off the wedding. All women like you care about is my family's money. If you think I'm going to let you marry my brother just to live off of him, then you are terribly mistaken.
Hey, honey. So I've been doing a lot of thinking about the color theme of our wedding. What do you think of the color green? There is this venue that makes green-themed weddings look awesome. What do you think? A green wedding? But the other day you wanted to do something completely different at another venue. Don't you think we should take more time to think about it? I already talked to the other venue and got things going already too. It would be a lot to change things now. Yeah, I know, but I'm serious about this one. All my friends recommended this place too. Just imagine how beautiful you would look in your white dress surrounded by the color green and all of the flowers and plants. I can see it now. I totally think a green-themed wedding is the way to go for us. Jeez, you're so quick to change your mind. I wish you would have told me this sooner before I called the other place. Well, I don't really have any other ideas or particular wishes for the wedding, so it's fine with me if that's what you want to do. Then let's go with the green wedding. I'm glad you agreed because I already signed the contract for this venue. The wedding will be at the end of next month. I'm excited for us. Just make sure you cancel the plans with the other venue, okay? Oh, wait, hold on a second. You already signed the contract without telling me first? What if I said no? And you already planned the wedding to be at the end of next month without telling me? If it's not that specific day, I'll be upset, you know? The wedding has to be perfect. I'm just saying that these were some selfish decisions that you made without me. It's also my day, too. I have to make sure that date is okay with my family. That's already so soon. It will be fine. It's almost 2 months out. I'm sure everyone will be able to make it. I just want this wedding to be perfect. I'm sure our parents can take some vacation time off of work. It will be fine. I guess so. I just think we should be giving our friends and family more time. It's a little rude to force them to take vacation time off of work so suddenly for the wedding. Well, I have already decided on the date, so too bad. Also, the wedding will take first place early in the morning, so that we have all day. I decided to actually not have a reception. We will just have a quick ceremony in the chapel. Then we will have a big reception. I actually might be a little late to the after party because I have some other business to attend, but you can head there first with Paula. Wait, please slow down. Again, I'm glad you are into all of this wedding planning stuff, but I wish you included me in it more. But what do you mean you have something else to do that day? I never heard of a groom going off by himself somewhere else and leaving his bride alone after the ceremony. I just think that's kind of strange. It's just that I have an errand to run that I can't miss that day. But why do it on the same day you planned our wedding? You shouldn't have to run errands on the day of your wedding. Then wouldn't it be better to make our wedding another day? Let's just move the date. It's not like we told anyone about it yet. Let's just have the wedding on a day when you don't have to go off and run errands, okay? No, it has to be that day, otherwise I'll get upset. Just listen to me and go along with what I say. We must get married on that day that morning.
But why? I really just don't understand.
It doesn't matter. All that does matter is that our wedding is finally planned. I even signed the contract and did the paperwork for us. It's all good to go. Let's just go with what I have planned, okay? No changes. I'll only be a little late to the reception, that's all.
I can't believe after everything I said, you still didn't cancel the wedding. You seriously are a stupid and stubborn woman. Normally, if you are asked to cancel something, you would do it.
Sorry, Paula, but that was never going to happen. I wouldn't have been able to cancel it even if I wanted to. Kevin already signed the paperwork and the contract for the venue. We wouldn't have been able to get out of it.
What?
Anyway, the wedding will happen no matter what, so let's just try to enjoy it, okay?
You better be joking. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure the wedding doesn't happen today. There's just no way I'm letting someone like you ruin my family's image. You know what? I'll just come out and say it.
What?
You're not needed at the wedding today. So hurry up and go home.
What does that even mean? I never heard of a wedding without a bride. What are you even going on about? I get that you don't like me, but that's not going to change the fact whether or not I'm getting married.
I have prepared the perfect gift for Kevin. I have brought in a new bride just for him. She suits him so much better than you do. He's getting married to someone else today, so go the hell home.
What the hell? I'm just about at my limit with you.
As I said before, an ugly old woman like you has no reason to be marrying my brother. I've thought about this a lot ever since I first met you. That's why I thought a lot about how I can ruin this wedding. I have planned things out on how to absolutely ruin you every single day leading up to this god-awful wedding. Everything is going smoothly so far. Just you wait. That's why I have a new wife prepared for him. She is so much better than you.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're going on about. So you're saying that your plan is to present him with a more beautiful bride at our wedding in order to ruin it? I really don't understand. Are you actually being serious? Do you actually think by presenting another woman in a dress that it will destroy my wedding?
Yeah, I'm super serious. I'm so happy I thought of this. It's going to absolutely destroy you. I found a girl that totally suits him way better than you ever could. I made sure that she was so beautiful that it would bring him to his knees. The least I can do is look out for him like this.
Come on now, Paula. You are being ridiculous.
I'm sure my whole family will be proud of me once this is all over. Especially Kevin. I'm going to be so happy once you are gone. I never want to see your ugly face again. This is too good. I'm such a genius.
More of a moron than a genius. I never thought you would even try and do something like this.
What do you mean? I told you that I was going to do everything in my power to stop this wedding. I'm only looking out for my brother. I took my brother's picture and signed him up on different dating sites. That's how I found the perfect girl for him. She would make a much better sister-in-law, too. She matched all of his hobbies and has a super great education, too. Unlike you.
Are you actually insane? Why would you use his picture and sign him up for dating sites without him knowing?
He actually matched with a bunch of amazing women. I'm fine with anything as long as I no longer have to deal with you. At one point, things got stressful because so many women were blowing up his messages and I had to respond. I had to single out the best girl and it wasn't easy. But I finally found the one and she will be marrying him today. Not you.
I'm still baffled at how much work you went through just to get rid of me. It's actually creepy.
I don't care what you think of me. My work here is done and you will soon be out of the picture. Hurry up and go home. This wedding isn't for you. Kevin doesn't need an old and ugly woman like you. I already changed the bride's name in the venue's paperwork. Your name is nowhere in the records. Don't ask how I did it.
What did you just say?
I came here extra early to do it. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. This isn't even your wedding. If you actually understand now, then go the hell home. I'm going to have the coolest sister-in-law now, and she is perfect. She actually fits in with the rest of the family. She is the complete opposite of you. Just disappear. I have made myself clear enough.
Thank you, Paula. You really saved me.
What? Why are you saying thank you all of a sudden?
I never thought I would actually be able to walk away from this horrible wedding like this. I was getting worried. You may not understand, and it's complicated in a lot of ways, but thank you.
Just wait! Why the hell are you thanking me? Can you explain what's going on? I'm trying to get rid of you and destroy your life because I hate you, and you are thanking me? Just what do you mean when you say you can finally walk away from this horrible wedding?
I know you were desperate to see me cry and panic, but I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. I've actually been trying for a long time to find a reason to call off the wedding. That's why I'm so glad you did this and made things easier for me. Thank you so much.
No! What the hell do you mean? You didn't love my brother anyway? Why don't you want to marry him? I mean, this wedding is beautiful. My family is rich and you were clearly happy. So why? Are you okay in the head? How are you not crying and freaking out? This is not what I had in mind at all. Anyone would be honored to get married to my brother. I'm confused. What's wrong with you?
Honored? Oh, please, it's quite the opposite. Your brother is a piece of work. I think the best way to describe him would be the scum of the earth and a completely stuck-up piece of trash.
What the hell did you just say?
It's because he is a man who is trying to secretly have 2 weddings on the same day with 2 different women. I'm not stupid and knew something was up. It's not that hard to figure out. He wanted to marry me early in the morning, and then he had an errand to marry the other woman in the afternoon before our reception. What a sick joke. Your brother is absolute garbage.
What? He would never try and do something like that. Having 2 weddings on the same day with 2 women? Just no way. What is even happening?
Why don't you try asking him yourself? Anyway, I'm heading home now. Thank you for finding him the perfect woman to deal with this crap instead of me. I need to know how you knew about everything. How did you figure out that I was planning on getting married to another woman on the same day? I thought I kept all of the information super private. I guess you can call it a woman's intuition. It's not very often that a man gets super into wedding planning like you did. It had to be on a certain day and at a certain venue. I thought it was all strange. Then you were saying how you had an errand to run and you would be late for our own reception. There were a lot of red flags. Also, when you weren't looking, I took your phone and had a look. You looked at my phone, too? Then that's when all of my suspicions were confirmed. You were having an affair this whole time. I saw your text messages and search history. You were planning another full wedding with this other woman. You really told this other woman that she will be second, but that you don't mind having a wedding with her as long as she wants one. You then messaged all of your guy friends and showed off how you were getting married to 2 different women on the same day as if it was some sort of flex. It looks like she agreed to marry you, even though she would be second. It must be the money she's after. No, wait, let me explain. I should have broken up with you the moment I found this all out. But all of our friends and family kept messaging me about how excited they were, and I just couldn't find the right time. Let's just say it was complicated for me to make that decision. Eventually, our wedding day came, and time had just completely escaped me. I really felt stuck on what to do. But I'm so happy because Paula finally gave me that push I needed to follow through. Can you please just wait a second and give me a chance to explain myself? You have always been first, despite there being another woman in the picture. I actually never really wanted to get married to her. I love you, Hera. But I guess now that you found out and are angry with me, I guess I have no choice but to follow through with getting married to the other girl. Don't start playing the victim. I have every reason to be angry with you. You shouldn't have cheated. Everything you have done is your own doing. Your actions have consequences. Jeez, you don't have to go and be so cold-hearted about it. As I said before, you are my first choice, and if you never would have been sneaking around with my phone, you wouldn't have ever known. Things would have been perfectly fine. You're sick, you know that? Anyway, we're through. I'll be suing you for all the money I've sunk into this wedding, by the way. What? Are you actually being serious? My other wedding is just for fun, like a game. I'm serious about you, though. Plus, it would be embarrassing for us to break up the day of the wedding. I really don't want to have to go through all of that. The other woman is so annoying, and I don't really want to marry her. You are the annoying one. Anyway, Paula actually has a better bride for you to get married to in my place today. Go ahead and do whatever you want. I'm done here. Please excuse me.
I really need your help, Hera. Please hurry up and come back to the wedding venue. Kevin is also in a lot of trouble. Please come back and do it for his sake.
Huh? Why should I?
There's a lot of bad things happening right now. His girlfriend and the girl I brought to the wedding are currently fighting. It is a total catfight and a disaster. They tore each other's dresses up and are throwing things and ripped up all of the decorations. I need you to come back and save us.
That does sound bad. But what do you even expect me to do about it?
I need you to tell these crazy women to leave and get me and Kevin out of here. Turns out the girl I brought was one of my brother's crazy old ex-girlfriends. So now it's just a big fight over who is better and who actually gets to marry him. These women are both crazy.
I guess that figures. Who else would agree to get married without even meeting?
Yeah, she was really obsessed with him when he first started college. More like stalker status. Now she's getting really violent and hitting the other girl. Neither of them deserve to be in our family. Everything is just out of control. Please come and help us.
No way. So what you're saying is that the place is completely trashed and both women are crazy?
Yeah, that's why we need your help. Please save us. It seems like Kevin led her on too, causing her to go even more crazy. I had no idea he was the type of person to lead multiple women on at the same time. Can you please forgive me? I only wanted what was best. You can relate to that too, right? Please just give Kevin one more chance.
I know you really want me to come back and help you all, but why should I? You were a god-awful person, and my own fiancé purposely planned a wedding with another woman on the same day as our wedding. What part of that deserves a second chance? The damage has already been done.
But I didn't think things would end up like this. I never knew how bad he was. That's not my fault. I know deep down that you were destined to be his real wife. Not them. He doesn't know what to do anymore, and he is running out of time to choose. He really needs you. Can't you tell how desperate I am? With every second that goes by, things only get worse and worse here.
I guess it must be nothing but chaos over there.
Not to mention how confused our family and friends are. They have no idea what is going on. I'm begging you with every fiber of my being right now, Hera. Please come back and marry Kevin. You are his real bride-to-be. We can all work together to get rid of these other girls.
Why would I want to do that? You were the one who brought the other girl and created all of this chaos. If I just left and you didn't do what you did, things would have been fine.
No! Please don't go and make the situation my fault. I didn't know he had a secret bride. I can't be the cause of my brother's downfall. That's why I am begging you. I have no other options.
Sorry, Paula. I am done. You two are just going to have to deal with this on your own.
Why are you doing this?
I think the reason is pretty clear. You and your brother both disrespected me. He cheated on me, and he wasted my time and money. I'm going to make him pay.
What? No way. Please just wait. My brother is already going through enough right now. Please don't ask for money, too.
Why not? Don't you think a good punishment for him should be put in place to get him to stop messing with women? You really got a lawyer? Like, you're really suing me? What the hell? What's the big deal? I also think I deserve it since our whole relationship was a lie. Who knows how long you have been cheating on me? You honestly did the unthinkable and tried to marry another woman on the same day as our wedding. You gave me a lot of trauma. I should at least get something out of it. You are ridiculous if you still don't understand what you did wrong. But I also had to pay for all of the damages that were caused at the wedding venue. You want me to pay you as well? Well, maybe you shouldn't associate yourself with crazy women, especially at the same time. This was all your fault, so it is only natural for you to pay for the damages you caused. You caused all of this! Take responsibility. Oh my god. I'm also curious who won the catfight. Which of the two did you decide to marry? Did you marry the winner or just choose based on looks? What are you saying? Why would I even choose at that point? It doesn't matter who won the catfight. I didn't marry either of them. They were just crazy. I've told you this many times, but the only person I wanted to marry was you. Well, I guess that sucks for you then. Now you don't have a wife at all, and yet you started with 3. Of course it sucked. It was all a disaster. They caused such a scene and all of our friends and family were confused. I didn't even know what to say. And now you still want to break up. Everyone that we know is suspicious of me and incredibly disappointed. If you just came back and married me, things would have ended differently. Even after I told you that you were my number 1. Why would I have gone back? I don't want to be your first or best option. I want it to be the only option. Get it through your thick skull that you should be loyal to your wife. Now I can't even stand the thought of you. Please don't say that. That is exactly what Paula said to me. After everything was said and done yesterday, the look of horror on her face was just awful to see. I can tell without her saying anything that she was disappointed. I'm not the awesome big brother she thought I was. Our whole relationship was ruined too. She straight up told me that I was disgusting too. She hasn't said a word to me or even looked at me since yesterday. Really? I'm actually surprised. I thought Paula would always have your back and support you, but I guess even she has her limits. What should I do from now on? I know that I have a lot of money, but I have limits too. I have to pay for all of the damages, whatever you sue me for, and the wedding itself. On top of that, I think my own family hates me now. What should I do? Maybe you can help me? What? I'm already suffering enough as it is. You already know that I have had a change of heart. You never have to see me again after this. I promise, so please, help me out in exchange. No! You seriously need to realize how stupid you actually are. You cheated on me. I honestly hate you more than anything in the world right now. I want you to suffer as much as possible, so don't ask me ever again for my help. Do you really hate me that much? You didn't even offer a fair exchange. I'm already planning on never seeing you again. I'm done listening to your crap. You are all alone now, and no one is going to help you. So pay up! I'll see you one last time in court. With that final message I sent to Kevin, I never heard from him again. I think he finally realized that I wasn't budging or ever going back to scum like him. With that said, I easily won the court case and he had to pay me $40,000. Lucky me. Rumor has it that he is all alone and has no one to turn to. He may have a lot of money, but he ended up taking out several loans. The damages caused at the venue and the wedding alone was much more money than I thought it would be. It also seems like he is going to struggle with money for the first time in his life, too. Serves him right. He is going to be spending most of his time these days working and paying off those loans. As for his little sister Paula, she too surprisingly cut him out of her life. I don't know the specifics of the fight at the wedding, but it must have really scared her. He also lost a lot of friends once word got out on what really happened that day. His parents were also mortified. His father told him that he never raised him to be such a lousy son. His mother smacked him across the face and stared at him in disappointment. Things really aren't looking good for him at all. I feel bad for his parents because I really liked them and had a lot of good times with them. Anyway, I'm just glad to be out of that relationship. Maybe with all of this money I have, I'll take myself on a nice vacation.
Hey, Andrea, I need 50 grand, so no questions asked. Just hurry up and give me the money. Sorry, Rita, what is this about all of a sudden? Come on, your friend is asking you to do a solid for them. You aren't going to tell me no, are you? Well, that kind of money isn't really just something that I can hand out like it's nothing. I don't even have that kind of money to spend on myself. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. But your husband has his own company, doesn't he? Surely you guys have some savings. We do, but that is a huge amount of money and we can't just give it all up. I know we're friends, but that doesn't entitle you to demand something like that from me, you know? I really can't believe this. I can't believe that you are leaving me out to dry like this. What are you talking about? I'll help any other way that I can. There is only one way that you can help me, and instead you just spit in my face. Well, can I at least know why you need so much money in the first place? Well, Andrea, if you must know, my mom is in the hospital with a serious illness and needs a surgery that won't be covered by insurance. So, if I don't have that money, then my mom is done for. Oh, wow. I am so sorry to hear that. I can't imagine how difficult that must be. And my husband's company is going under some reorganization, so he's out of work for now. Wow, it really just doesn't end. Well, I'm sorry that you're having to go through so much right now. Is that all you have to say to me? What, am I someone on the street or something? No, I really am sorry that you're dealing with all of that. I just don't really know how I can help you. I'm sorry if that sounds cold, but it's just the facts of the matter. Everyone has told me the same thing as you. I thought that you were the one friend who would be different, but you're all the same. I knew it. I'm sorry, but who do you even know who would have $50,000 to just write off? Everyone we know works hard and has bills to pay. And that's reason enough to abandon me and my mom? Well, have you tried going to a bank or credit union and asking for a loan from them? I'm sure they'd be much more suited for something like this. And when I don't get the loan because they just see me as a jobless housewife, what am I supposed to do then, huh? Oh, yeah, you're probably right. And I don't want to go to any loan sharks or anything like that. No, of course not. That wouldn't be good either. Well, then what do you think I should do, Andrea? Well, I am really sorry, but you know that my husband runs his own business, and I think his is barely making enough to keep himself open right now. I just don't think we have the means to give you that kind of money right now. No, that can't be. I know you have the money. You just don't want to give it to me, that's all. You want it all for yourself because you're cheap and selfish. Hey, come on. That really isn't fair and is pretty uncalled for. If someone came to me asking for help, I would never turn them away like you are right now. I promise to help you out in any other way that I can, but I just can't give you any money. Well, money is all that I need right now. What could you do for me then? Well, if you found a job or something, I'd be more than happy to watch your kids while you're at work. You know, if you have to work at night or something. What? You think I'm gonna take some part-time, late-night shift? That's not what I'm saying. Just whatever you can find, I'll help with the kids. I can't believe you would even suggest that. Are you making fun of me? Do you think this is a joke? I'm really not trying to make you upset, I promise. If you think of anything I can do, please just let me know and I'll do my best. You mean it then? I mean, it's already in writing. Do you promise to do whatever you can to help me? Yes, aside from give you money, I don't mind helping you out at all. Don't forget that you said that. I'm gonna hold you to those words, do you hear me? I have no idea why you're getting so upset at me over all of this. My name is Andrea, and I'm 32 years old. I live together with my husband and our son, who's in elementary school. My husband owns his own barber shop. I work in sales for a medium-sized company in town. Since the two of us both work, we're able to live quite comfortably, but there are many risks associated with running your own businesses. So I always want to make sure we have enough in savings in case anything happens. My husband and I both agreed on the importance of putting away a lot of our savings so that we wouldn't have to rely on private loans in case of an emergency. My neighbor, Rita, doesn't seem to understand when I try to explain that to her, though. I thought that I dealt with her request with my simple no, but I had no idea just how far Rita was about to take things. Hey, Andrea, you said that you'd take care of my kids for me, right? Yeah, sure. If you're going out for something, it would be no problem. Well, I have some business that I need to take care of tonight, and it would mean a lot if they could spend the night at yours. You want me to watch your kids overnight? Are you really going to be coming home that late? Did you find a new job or something like that? That's right. Why, do you have a problem with that? No, of course not. I hope that's good news. Yes, I will absolutely watch your kids for tonight. Thank you. That really does help me out. By the way, I only let my children eat food produced domestically, so please be careful of that. Oh, even when you cook meals and stuff like that? Of course. We live in the greatest country in the world, which means we have the best food in the world. So make sure you watch what you feed my kids tonight. Sure thing. Do they have any foods that they really like or dislike that I should know about? Favorites? 100% American grown, what have you. Dislikes? Anything that hasn't been blessed with the freedom to grow in this beautiful nation of ours. Wow, I had no idea you were so patriotic. Well, I have some ingredients I got from the farmer's market and was gonna make some enchiladas. Is that all right? Enchiladas. You're gonna feed my kids enchiladas. They don't eat any of that ethnic crap. Don't you have some fancy microwave meals? I thought you and your husband both had jobs. Well, we all really like enchiladas, and it's a pretty easy dish to make, really, so... Whatever. What time should I take my kids over to yours? After work, I was gonna get a couple extra ingredients, so maybe around 6:30. I think I should be home by then. More ingredients. You better be careful. Did you know there is a global cabal of elites putting chemicals in our water and food? I heard on a reliable radio show that it made a bunch of frogs turn fruity. And 6:30 is way too late for me. Well, you can drop them off earlier if you like. They can just play with Allie until I'm back from the store. I guess I can just bring them over at 6:30. That should be fine. All right then. I'll try and hurry so that I can get home earlier. And make sure you have enough food for tomorrow, too. Sorry, what do you mean by that exactly? Well, I'm working now, you know. I don't have anywhere else to send them. That's okay, but I would prefer if they just spent one night here. What do you mean? Well, you said yourself that your husband wasn't working right now, right? So we should be at home in the evenings, no? My husband also had to find some work to try and pay for everything. So your husband is also going out to work at night? He is, actually. He found a job at a factory. Oh, I see. Well, then I suppose it can't really be helped, huh? I just don't have the energy to deal with the kids during the day since I work until so early in the morning. I just really need your help. I don't have anyone else that I can go to. That's okay, I understand. All right, well, I'll go and pick them up early tomorrow morning. So go ahead and grab a couple of brews and put out some snacks for me then. Got it? Wait, what? I don't quite follow. Well, I'll be going to get them after work. Can't a red-blooded working American drink a beer before taking their children home? It's not like I have to drive or anything. I don't really know if that's a good idea. I would rather you just take them home after you pick them up. I'll also have to get ready for the week and pick up around the house, you know? I'm not picky, just some light beer and jerky, please. Are you really being serious about this? Hey, Andrea, I just wanted to thank you so much for taking the kids off my hands this week. I was really able to focus on work so much more with them out of the house when I got back. I'm happy to help a friend in need, Rita. But you've been knocking at my door late at night, staying well into the morning, and causing a big scene every day, and it's really starting to bother me. What kind of scene? What are you talking about? We were just having fun. You lectured me for hours about the underground city of lizard people that put on the masks of world leaders and control the world. I know you were drunk, but you sounded really serious. Anyways, I don't think I can watch your kids anymore. First of all, that is true, and one day I hope that you emerge from your world of sheep and join us, the wolves, in the fight against tyranny. Second, how come? In fact, please never ask me to do anything for you ever again. Hey, come on! What is the matter with you? Why are you doing this to me? Do you think the world revolves around you or something? That this is all a movie that you're starring in? What is that supposed to mean? Just because I know the truth and others don't? Fine. I don't want some brainwashed globalist like you watching my child anyways. Besides, I solved my little financial problem. Oh, really? Well, I am sure that you are really relieved for your mother then. I just wish I realized that I could get money this way much, much earlier. Well, I really have no idea what you could have done. Did you steal someone's ID and take out a loan in their name or something? What makes you say that one specifically? Well, wasn't that your whole plan in coming to my house so late at night and causing this big scene every time? What are you trying to say? I mean that you came to my house one day to take my ID and then brought it back the next day after taking out a big loan, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you a fed or something? Did you really think that you'd get away with it? I seriously have no idea what you're talking about. You're crazy. You're brainwashed. Well, you wrote in my company's name as your contact information, didn't you? Okay, fine. That's right. I put down your business, but my own phone number. But then how did you find out about all of this? Well, they tried calling your number over and over again, and when no one would pick up, I guess these people looked up the real number for my office. I actually got a call at work about paying back some loans, if you can believe it. Well, it sounds like I might have miswrote my own number when I filled out the sheets. Well, I had to deal with these people, and it was a real hassle. I am getting sick of your whining, you know that? These people called my office. They told me that I had 10 days to give them $1,000. And not only that, that I'd have to keep paying them that much every 10 days until the loan was paid off. What are you planning to do about this? Well, I was just happy to find someone willing to loan me money. I didn't really ask about what came next. I was so surprised when I got the call. I had no idea who I was talking to. But I finally pieced together that you took out a loan with some real rough-sounding loan sharks, didn't you? Well, either way, I told them what happened, and it seems they're after you. Well, what should I do? I thought that I'd have more time to pay them back. What should I do in the meantime? What were you thinking, taking a loan from a place like that? And for $50,000? Do you even know how the interest is going to affect a sum like that? But I don't trust banks. They're globalist tools to control our resources. Are you seriously bringing that crap up again? Please, you have to do something. How am I going to pay back that much money? To be honest, I don't think that someone like you is really ever going to be able to pay these people back. What makes you say that? And I also take it that you were lying about going out at night to work, weren't you? One night, while my husband was out drinking with a couple of work buddies, he saw you eating out at a nice restaurant. Oh, did he really? Honestly, using me as a babysitting service while you were out and having fun. What is the matter with you? But who else would watch my children? And by the way, who was the guy you were eating out with? According to my husband, it certainly wasn't your husband, though he saw you two leaving arm in arm later. Did he really see all of that? I don't really care who it is, to be honest, but it just makes me think that you lied about everything, your husband's job, even your sick mother. But how did you figure it all out? Well, maybe because your husband is a client of my husband and they talk all the time at his barber shop. Wait, what? I didn't know that. I guess you were too busy with this other guy to pay attention, huh? Look, pretty boys like that don't come cheap, okay? So you've already used up all $50,000 that you borrowed? What? No! Don't be absurd. I have a little left. Maybe barely enough to pay off the interest on that loan. I think you have a lot of trouble coming your way, Rita. But you can pay the loan for me, right? You'll vouch for me. You can pay off all my debt, and then I can pay you back bit by bit, right? Let's do that. Come on, say yes. You are seriously living on another planet if you think I will agree to that. You think I'm gonna stake $50,000 on a promise coming from you? I've already talked to my lawyer. I will just let her handle all of this. No. You called a lawyer? Why would you do that? I hear that your husband is pretty furious at you too, so I get ready to deal with that. Oh no, how did this happen? How could it not? This was such a stupid plan. Did you really think it would work? I just thought that the resilience of the human spirit in the face of crushing globalism would help guide me through these troubled times. That is why I avoided the banks in the first place. Yeah, well, I don't even know what to say to that. You are literally insane and need to stay off those news sites. Also, I am going to be suing you for identity theft. Wait, what? Stealing people's IDs is a crime now? You know, the government forces us to carry around these little pieces of plastic, and when one little thing goes wrong, they throw the book at you? Can you please stop trying to paint yourself as the sole victim of the whole world right now? This is happening to you because you are stupid and a very bad criminal. You know very well that stealing is a crime. Well, it may be, but it still wasn't my fault. I really don't even care. The point is that you're running out of time to pay these guys back, and I think that if you don't, something really bad is going to happen to you. Oh, right. I totally forgot about that. Well, I'd really get on it and try to fix this before you get hurt. Your husband is probably going to have to divorce you just to protect the rest of your family. What? He would never do that. I know he doesn't make much, but he pays for everything. So the function of your husband is just to use him for his money? Well, not just me. I buy my kids stuff too sometimes. I just needed a little side piece for emotional support. It's hard being a housewife. So let me get this straight. You have a whole narrative, a global cabal sapping the wealth and freedom of the rest of the world. But you readily admit that you're just using your husband for his money. I think we're getting off topic here. We need to figure out how I can pay this back. Yeah, you really do need to get on that. Please, just switch places with me. I can't afford to pay $50,000. Look, you pay it for me and I'll pay you back with 1% interest. I'll give you $100 a month. How's that? Do you have any idea how many decades it would take to pay it off at that rate? And you expect me to take on your debt at 1% interest? What a joke! Please, you have to help me. We're friends, aren't we? We might be neighbors, but no, you and I are not friends. I don't even want to know you as an acquaintance. I never want to talk to you again. How could you do this to me? Oh, by the way, in case you forgot, you're still going to be charged for theft. The police are already on their way, so you're also going to have to deal with that. What? You're calling the mighty statist boot down on another patriot? Please, 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 do not ever try to lump me in with whatever cult it is that you're a part of. Please, just not the cops. I can't go down like this. I'm not ready for another Waco. I certainly hope you're not going to pull something like that over this. What other choice will I have? I won't be able to go out drinking anymore. Yeah, no duh. But do you even realize the people you've hurt with your behavior? People that care about you, like your husband and your children? This nation was founded on individuality. Of course, I always need to put myself first. Well, do you see where that got you? Please, you have to help me. That is not going to happen, and there is no way out of this. At least with the police's help, you should be safe from whatever gangsters you borrowed from. I don't know which is scarier at this point. I just hope you have time to reflect on your actions. It's fine. I'll never be brought down. My personal hero owes over $1 billion in legal damages, and he doesn't let that stop him. After that, the police arrived and Rita was arrested for theft and fraud. The police said that it was a rather classic scam that she was running. Even after her arrest, however, I imagine that it'll take a while to be paid back. And when you take into account interest, who really knows? It's a scary thought just to think about. Rita's husband divorced her as soon as possible and took himself and their kids as far away as he could. Although I learned my lesson from Rita and decided to vet people just a little more closely before trying to become friends with them. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, well, you know. Hey, Summer. It seems like you got another package delivered to your house. God, could you guys be more poor? If your parents didn't keep sending you care packages, then you all would have probably starved already, right?
Oh, hi, Beth. No, it isn't really like that, actually.
But you got stuff delivered to your door almost every day.
Yes, I do get packages from my parents as well, but this time it wasn't from them.
Well, how does it feel knowing that you can only survive off of the kindness of others? It must be so limiting.
Limiting? Sorry, I don't really know what you're talking about.
You know, all a person like you does is bring down the value of the neighborhood that they're living in. You're like gentrifying, but in reverse. Though I guess we have to hang out because our kids are friends. I just feel bad for your little boy. He'll grow up wanting what you can never give him.
Hold on, you do know that I'm married to a doctor and that we live in a pretty nice house, don't you?
Well, if you say so. But I've walked by your house and it just looks like some old house barely standing. It's nothing like my house, which is the biggest in the whole neighborhood, I might add.
That is true. You do have the largest house for a while, yes.
That's right. And the size of our house just reflects how amazing we are as a family. No one else in the neighborhood even comes close to having a place as fabulous as mine. So don't even try to challenge me.
I wasn't even challenging you, but I also have no idea what you're talking about, so you might need to fill me in a little more.
All right, I'll try and put this in very simple terms so that even you can understand. The fact is that I'm getting a little sick of seeing packages being delivered to your house every day.
Yeah, I'm sure it's really causing all kinds of trouble for you and your family.
Well, I just hate seeing the ugly delivery van parked outside every day. It isn't a good look for the neighborhood either.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. Those trucks are everywhere and online shopping has been a thing for a couple decades now, but I appreciate your input.
Well, something isn't right. I mean, you get at least 2 deliveries a day. There's no way that you can afford to be ordering that much online.
Well, you literally watch it get delivered to my house, so.
And I'm not just talking about the stuff you get from your parents either. You must be getting a lot of help from your friends for them to be sending you so much stuff. I guess that only proves just how poor you and your family really are, though. Now that I've finally figured out how you're getting all of these boxes delivered to you.
You really haven't, I'm so sorry to say.
You're so poor that you need to rely on your parents and friends to send you boxes of stuff just to survive.
Look, I do have a lot of friends, but none of them are sponsoring my family to help us out of poverty or anything like that.
Well, I also see that guy in a suit who shows up from time to time.
Yeah, he's just a guest of ours.
Oh, please. I know an affair when I see one. It is so obvious.
Okay, you really need to stop jumping to so many conclusions about my life.
Though I do admit that the whole plot is pretty clever. Ask your other man to dress up like someone going to conduct some business so as not to raise any suspicion about your affair. And to think that it almost worked too. You must have thought really hard about that little strategy, huh?
You are really taking all of this just a little bit too far now. Please stop with all the accusations.
That's just what I'd expect someone who's been caught red-handed to say. Well, I'm afraid that I simply can't allow this kind of behavior to take place in our precious neighborhood. Unfortunately for you, I'll have to take some serious action to remedy this.
Wait, please? You seriously don't even know what is going on with my family. Can you please not do this?
It's too late. I'm gonna tell everyone about who you really are. If you won't stop this little affair of yours on your own, then I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands.
But I'm not even having an affair. Why won't you listen to me?
Enough with all of the lies. I'm gonna tell everyone about your little secret and bring everything to light.
No, please, you can't tell anyone about this. I'm begging you.
Now, that is a bit more like it.
My name is Summer. I'm a 38-year-old housewife. My husband works in the city and moved there to be closer to his clinic about 6 months ago. The woman living in the magnificent mansion across the street is Beth. Her husband is also a doctor who works at a nearby general hospital. Although she may dress like a fashionista, her actions and words put her much closer to some kind of barbarian. She just really knows how to get under my skin. My son, however, just transferred schools and quickly became best friends with Beth's son. Because of that, Beth and I have had to see a lot more of each other than I would really like. I'm not sure about Beth, though. She seems to really enjoy calling me poor and putting me down in other ways. Lately, it seems that the thing she's found to complain about is the number of packages I have delivered to my house. The fact is that there are things I just can't explain to Beth, and so I kept my mouth shut. But that just allowed Beth's imagination to run wild until...
You know, Summer, the rumors about you are already starting to spread throughout the neighborhood. I took it upon myself to tell all the other moms nearby.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the women whose children go to the same school as ours do. I invited them all over and told them all about you.
I'm a little confused. I wasn't invited to anything. What is all this about?
Well, of course you weren't invited. You were too busy that afternoon dealing with your special suited-up guest, weren't you?
I have been trying to tell you that he really is just a guest. He's an important business client and nothing more. Honest.
Oh, Summer, it just pains me to see that you're still relying on those same old excuses. I'd really hoped that you would have woken up by now.
I am telling you that you have no idea what you were talking about. Why won't you listen?
It doesn't really matter now, though. I've already told everyone about what you've done, and now no one will ever want anything to do with you again.
How could you do this to me? Why do you hate me so much?
I told them all that they should just block you on everything as soon as they can. I told them they should cross the street when they see you coming and that they shouldn't even say hi to you. You got no one left.
Seriously, what the heck is your problem?
What is your problem? Someone like you should really know better than to carry on with an affair when you are so poor. There was no other way that this little adventure could have ended, really.
For the last time, I'm not poor, and I'm not cheating on my husband. Why won't you just understand that?
Can you just please stop with all of the lies already? If you'd just be honest with others for once, then maybe you'd have more people that felt that they could trust you.
Don't you feel bad for George? What do you think turning me into some pariah is gonna do for him?
Why would I care about what happens to your little urchin? I'd just as soon you keep him at home. That way we won't have to worry about him stealing from the supermarket.
Stealing from the supermarket? What the heck are you even talking about?
Oh, come on. We all know what poor little urchins get up to at the supermarket. I've seen more than enough movies.
You take that back about my son. My son doesn't steal.
And this is one way of making sure of it. It's quite simple. If you know someone is going to steal, you just shun them from the area. It's pretty basic, really.
Well, you can't stop us from going, you know. It's a free country. George loves going to the supermarket with me, and he's always so happy when he sees his friends there.
Well, not anymore. All of us moms have talked and we're done. We can't stop him from going to school, but we don't have to talk to you out and about.
How can you do this? George is just a kid. You can't let whatever bias you have against me affect him.
Well, then I guess you'll just have to explain to him why it's really all your fault that he won't be allowed to go anymore.
Okay, I was quiet about all of this up till now, but you are really starting to push me towards the edge.
Oh no, I'm so scared of what some poor cheater is gonna do to me.
Beth, I am seriously giving you one more chance to apologize to me right now.
And what do I even have to apologize for? If anything, you should be apologizing to the neighborhood for what you've done. I'm so sorry for being so poor and for being a harlot. Get on your knees at the next PTA meeting and then maybe we can forgive you.
Okay, fine. Be that way. Just don't forget that I tried to warn you. I gave you a chance to undo all of this before it was too late. You've brought whatever else happens from now onto yourself. Beth, do you have a moment to talk about something with me?
I would say that I'm busy setting up the neighborhood market right now, but I'm actually just letting the other woman take care of it. Obviously, all that manual labor isn't really suited to me. I'm more of a big picture type person, you know?
Beth, do you really think so highly of yourself?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
But that really isn't true though, right? I mean, you don't even work. You just got married to a doctor.
Well, obviously the wife inherits the status of her husband. That's just how these things work. And that means that as far as we're concerned, I am better than you.
Well, if you really just wanted to have a contest of who has the better husband, I think I have a pretty good shot of winning, to be honest.
Oh, please, that is just sad. What chance could your poor husband stand against my man?
I'm just telling you the truth.
Just who do you think you are trying to look down on me and my family when all you can afford to live in is that soon-to-be condemned haunted house you call a home? Honestly, when are you finally going to wake up and face the reality that you're living in? My husband is the chief of internal medicine at the General Hospital. How could your husband possibly top something like that?
Well, he could top it if he were, say, the director of the hospital.
Wait, what are you saying?
I'm saying that my husband is the director of the hospital. Wasn't that obviously what I was implying there?
Why do you insist on all of these lies? I know for a fact that isn't true. He's way too young to be the director. I've seen him, and he's an old man.
Correction, he was an old man. But the last director was actually my father-in-law. My husband took over the hospital from his father, you see.
Wait, is that why you guys moved all the way here?
That's right. And before this, my husband used to work at the university hospital.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm feeling really confused. Well then, what is with all the packages that you guys got?
Those are just little thank you gifts that we get for all the different charities that my husband donates to.
But you get so many, like way too many.
Well, my husband is a very charitable man. I don't know what else to tell you. His father before him taught him about the value of giving back to the community that you live in, and I think he really took that lesson to heart. They're just kitschy things really, cards, photos, some stuffed animals, but obviously he isn't donating just to get the thank you gifts.
But I thought that everyone was donating to you instead.
I'm afraid that is not the case.
Well then, who is that other guy? The one in the suit? The guy you're cheating on your husband with?
Oh, well, that is a lawyer that we're talking to. You see, my husband is trying to open up a foundation under his late father's name, and we're discussing all the legality of that.
So then, he was wearing a suit because he was really working. I don't believe what I'm reading right now.
Well, it is the truth. But yes, there is just a lot of legal red tape to get through. Money you have to put down, you need to assemble a board to manage the foundation. It really is pretty hard work.
But I thought you guys were the real poor ones.
Anyways, that's all to say that the guy in the suit was definitely not someone I was sleeping with.
If your husband is the hospital director, then why do you live in such a crappy house?
Well, we're having a new one built, actually. We're just renting this one in the meantime. Our current house is actually the house that my husband was raised in. Though I do agree, it does look a bit shabby.
Oh, I see. I thought that was the only place that you could afford.
Well, it appears to again not be the case, huh?
But why didn't you tell me any of this? Why keep it a secret?
Because I knew that knowing all this kind of stuff would have affected your attitude in a still negative, albeit opposite direction. If you knew that my husband was the hospital director, I would have probably never been able to get rid of you. You would have been over here all the time trying to kiss up to me and him. I just know it.
What are you talking about? Of course I wouldn't try to take advantage of knowing you all if I knew the truth.
Well, I don't believe that. The only thing you care about is who you know. You proved that in the way you were treating me when you didn't even know who I really was.
But I didn't know. This isn't fair.
Well, you should know that I talked to my husband about the way that you were treating me, and he was not happy to hear about it one bit. So I think it might have been a bad call to tell me that your husband works in the same hospital that my husband runs.
Oh no. Oh no, this is bad. This is really, really bad.
But thank you for telling me the truth, though. I'm glad that at least you're honest.
Oh, crap! My husband's gonna be so totally mad at me.
I think you'd be lucky if him getting mad is all that happens before this is over.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that while you were spreading rumors that I was having an affair with my lawyer, you've been acting like you don't have a young man coming over to your house in the afternoons either.
No, you don't understand. That guy is just my little brother.
Well, I tried asking your husband about who he was, and he told me that you don't even have a brother, so...
Wait, no, this can't be happening.
So tell me, Beth, who is he?
He's a traveling salesman?
A what?
Yeah, a traveling salesman for vacuum cleaners.
Wow, well you must buy a lot of vacuum cleaners then.
Oh, crap, this is really bad.
So I guess it seems like you were the one having the affair this whole time.
No, really, it's just a big misunderstanding.
How dare you try to hurl all of these accusations at me while you're the one actually having the affair?
You're right, I'm sorry. Can you ever forgive me?
Are you being serious right now?
Yes, please? You can even take George to the market.
I never needed your permission to go or not go there in the first place.
I know, but he's welcome is all I'm saying.
In fact, the fund for the market is just one of the many things that my husband helps to support. If you want to talk about being able to or not being able to go, I feel that I am more than qualified to be there.
But I didn't know that.
Oh look, I just got a message from my husband. Let's see what it says. He says that since your husband hasn't really done anything, there's no use trying to punish him.
Well, that's a relief.
But, considering everything that has come to light, your husband said he wants to divorce you.
Wait, my husband said that?
It would appear so, yes. I suppose he didn't think it was as funny that while he was working in the hospital to save people's lives, you were at home fooling around with other men.
No, this can't be happening. He can't divorce me. This is impossible.
Well, I'm not really the one that you should be trying to convince of that.
Can you please just tell your husband to explain to him that the guy was just a salesman? Nothing happened, I promise.
I thought you said that he was your little brother. So which is it? I would get your story straight before you asked me to pass it on for you.
But if I'm not married to a doctor, then what even am I? I have nothing left.
Wow, well that sounds like you live a very empty and shallow life then. You have my pity.
This divorce is not gonna go well for me since I cheated.
Yeah, that's how those things tend to go as far as I know.
But I don't even have any money. Please, you have to give me some.
Well, sure, you cheated, but that doesn't mean you won't get anything from the divorce, right?
No, you don't understand. I've burned through all of my savings. Any money that my husband gave me, I spent on expensive bags and clothes and vacuum cleaners.
Wow, well, that really sucks for you then, huh? I guess you better try and return all those fancy things you bought and try to get a little money back then.
I don't want to let them go. I need them. Please, you have to help me. If I get divorced, then everyone will know about what I've done. You have to do something.
This really isn't my problem anymore. You can take care of this on your own. Goodbye.
Please, Summer, don't leave me like this. I need you.
I'm not leaving you like anything. You did this to yourself, and now I'm just removing myself from a situation that doesn't involve me, that's all.
But we're friends. Our children are friends. Doesn't that mean anything to you? You have to help me.
Wow, I did not see you as the kind of person to break down into a big mess like this. But no, I think I'm good, thank you. See ya! It wasn't long before Beth and her husband were divorced. It even came out that Beth spent quite a bit of money taking her little boy toy out on shopping sprees with her husband's money. Needless to say, she had to pay everything back in the divorce settlement. I hear that she still hasn't found a job, but he's working hard to find one. My family is still living happily in the neighborhood, and George was happy to go back to the neighborhood market. I knew that the other moms from George's school might not have ever believed Beth's story to begin with, but they all came up to me apologizing profusely for not speaking up. It just goes to show you the effect that a strong personality can have when it comes to influencing others. Still, I'm just happy that I was able to protect my family and their reputation from such a devious woman.
Hello, Nicole. We're having a tea party at your house tomorrow morning. Make sure everything is ready for us when we get there. I think there'll be about 10 of us. We need a cake each, at least. If there's any left over, we'll just take it home with us. Do you have a kettle? I refuse to drink tea from the microwave. You'll have to buy one if you don't. Paula, what are you talking about? No one told me about this. I'm sorry, but I have work tomorrow. You'll have to find somewhere else for your party? And why should I care if you have work tomorrow? You don't have to be there, just let us in and you can go. I'm sorry, but I'm really not comfortable with that. I start early tomorrow, too. You'll still be asleep. Oh my God. You're always like this. You can't ever do anything for us, can you? You've got some real nerve. We let you into our friend group, and this is how you repay us? You really need to learn your place. If you want our kids to be friends with your kids, start doing your job. You're the newest mom at our preschool. If you want us to treat you as an equal, you have to earn it, okay? I don't remember asking to join your group. Actually, I remember explicitly saying I don't want to. You were definitely really weird about it when I moved here. It was a little bit scary. What did you text me again? I'm the boss around here. I'll let you join our group, but you better earn it. I don't think any sane person would read that and actually want to be friends with you. I don't know what exactly you're supposed to be the boss of, but being a mom friend isn't the high-status job you seem to think it is. I'll be perfectly fine without you. You should be honored. I don't just let anyone into our group. We're the most elite and exclusive group of moms at the school. Everybody wants to be in my group. We all go to the best restaurants, buy all the best clothes, and go on all the best vacations. Don't you want to be part of that? I really don't care. I have enough friends without you guys. My kid is doing just fine too. I don't need your kid to pretend to be his friend just so he doesn't feel left out. He needs real friends. Do you really think it's a good idea to talk to me like that? I'll have you chased right out of our preschool. I'll make sure no one ever speaks to your son again. Do you want that? Because that's what it looks like right now. And just how do you plan to do that? I pay the tuition just like anyone else. I have a right to be here and you can't change that. My son's friends aren't going to stop being friends with him just because you told them to. They probably don't even have a clue who you are. God, everyone really was right about you. I was so convinced you couldn't be that bad. Who was? What did they say? How rude of them. I could sue them for defamation. I could run them out of this city if I wanted to. If you tell me who said what right now, then I'll forgive you for the tea party. I could care less whether or not you forgive me for ruining plans you never told me about. If you wanted to hold a party at my house, you should have told me way more than 12 hours in advance. Sometimes I swear you're doing it on purpose. Stop making excuses and tell me what people are saying about me. I don't like saying things like this, but I'll make an exception just this once. I think you need someone to give you a wake-up call. My dad owns one of the companies that your husband's company does business with. Apparently, they work together quite a lot. Obviously, I don't want to use that to hold power over you or anything. I don't want it to change our relationship at all. But I don't think either of us would benefit from fighting like this. If I told my dad that you were talking to me like this, he'd probably no longer want anything to do with your husband. If that's okay with you, I don't mind letting him know right away. But I think we'd both prefer if nothing like that ever happened. So please, can we just try to have a peaceful, normal relationship? That'd be the best for both of us. Your dad. Right. I completely forgot about that. That's why I invited you to this group in the first place. Please, don't tell him about anything I said today. It was just a joke, really. I won't, but don't ever mention your friend group to me again, understood? Oh, really? Deal, thank you. I guess it can't be helped. If you really have other friends, you don't need to hang out with my group. I'll let you off this once. See you at school. Bye, Nicole. All right then, thank you. Hello there, Nicole. Is it true that you're the manager of that barbecue restaurant? What? Oh, it's you, Paula. I haven't heard from you in a while. Hey, don't be shy now. I asked you a question. Is it true? Are you a restaurant manager? Yes, I am.
It's a chain restaurant, so there are loads of them around the country, but I'm the manager of one of the branches in our city. I was promoted around 6 months ago. I don't even remember how long I've been working there.
Wow! I can't even believe you have to work in the first place. Is your husband super poor or something?
Are you just messaging me to make fun of me? Because I want nothing to do with that.
No, I'm not. I have a serious question, okay? Can we reserve the whole restaurant? I know some companies let you book the whole place for events. Would it be possible to rent the whole restaurant for, say, a birthday party? I want to make sure no one else is there. I can't stand snotty kids and pathetic adults.
I'll ignore how rude you're being about my customers to give you the benefit of the doubt. You can, yes, there's a minimum spend, and you can only invite a certain amount of people, but you should be able to see all that on the website.
I see. Very interesting. Enlightening, even. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, bye-bye.
See you.
Hello, Nicole. Do you remember when I asked if we could book the whole restaurant for events?
Hello, Paula. Yes, I do. Why? Do you have some questions?
Not a question, exactly. I want to book the restaurant for 30 people. It's going to be next Sunday from lunchtime until 3 p.m. We want the most expensive course you have available. You do an all-you-can-eat buffet, right? Does that include drinks too, or are they separate?
Huh? I'm sorry, but you're going to have to call the restaurant directly. You can do it through the online portal if you want, but I can't book you in unless you contact the receptionist.
Oh, but you're the manager, right? What's the difference? Aren't you in charge? Just tell her that we're coming and she'll write it down tomorrow.
I'm sorry, but we have a proper booking system at the restaurant, so if we don't do it through that, it could cause problems in the long run. I can't check it unless I'm at the restaurant. As far as I know, we might have another group of visitors that day.
Should you really be working in customer service with that attitude? You should try being a little bit more flexible. Do you want me to leave you a bad review? I'm sure I won't be the only one if that's how you act. If I wasn't as nice as I am, I'd already be looking for another restaurant. You're lucky I care about my friends.
I can't give certain customers special treatment just because I know them personally. That would be much worse than not being flexible. What if I book you in and no one else realizes because it isn't listed properly on the website? There's no saying you'd get a table then. If you're planning to cause trouble, I'd rather you didn't come at all. Neither of us want that, I'm sure. Because I have to tell my dad, of course. He wouldn't like it if someone was threatening me like this. If you try and write a bad review without even visiting the restaurant, and I'll be forced to report your account for attempted defamation. So please, either book through the actual restaurant or find another restaurant to hold your event at.
Ugh, how annoying. Your restaurant probably sucks anyway. Nicole, make sure the food is extra good for us today. I expect the best service you can provide. Make sure you're serving us the freshest, best cooked meat. None of that frozen stuff. If you haven't got any, just go and buy some.
Paula, what are you talking about? Have you finally lost your mind?
What do you mean? I told you I was holding an event at your restaurant, didn't I?
Huh? Today? You texted me about it, but I told you to make a reservation. Don't tell me you thought that message counted.
You're so rude. Of course I made a real reservation. Don't be stupid. It's my birthday today. You should know that by now. I invited all my mom friends, not just the elite ones either, but the useless trash too. They can help you clean up afterwards if you need it. I booked an all-you-can-eat buffet at your restaurant to celebrate. I even got the bottomless mimosas, too. I do think you should extend the time on that, though. Is 2 hours really enough? You should also let people take Tupperware containers of food home, especially on their birthdays. It's not like other people need it anyway. You're my friend, too, right? It's my birthday, so make sure to give us loads of extras. You didn't buy me a present, did you?
Did you make the reservation in your name?
Yes, I did. Are you just going to ignore everything else I said? Acting like you don't care about money? It's annoying. Everyone cares about money.
Please wait a second, let me check something. Sorry for the wait. I'm sorry, but I don't seem to have your reservation on my schedule. No one has contacted us about a booking of 30 people.
What on earth took you so long? You're so rude, and you call yourself the manager? Listen here a second, Nicole. Is it fun for you to ignore everything I say to you? Do not forget that our positions have flipped since we first met. You're not my superior anymore, and you never will be again. You better start doing as I say before something bad happens to you.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you not know? Then you should go and ask your precious dad. I thought he did everything for you.
What does my dad have to do with anything? You're acting quite strange, Paula.
More importantly, my party has already started, you know. I told them who I was and they let me straight in. They didn't even hesitate.
What? That's not possible. I checked the schedule twice and I asked people in the room too.
Are you not at work right now or something? Wait, I get it now. Were you planning to trick me into thinking I'd reserved the wrong place? No way that'd work on me. And it's not funny to pull a prank like that on the birthday girl. What a shame. That's so embarrassing. I feel sorry for you. No one would ever find your pranks funny.
I am not trying to prank you. I really don't have any reservations written down here.
Anyway, I'm going to go and enjoy my food now.
Paula, please listen to me.
I expect the best service you have to offer today. We're mom friends after all.
I'm looking around the restaurant right now and I can't see you anywhere. Are you sure you're in the same one as me?
I'm turning my phone off now.
Paula!
Hey again, Nicole. Hello! Are you still trying to prank me? You're so weird for that. I really just might complain. Can you stop hiding in the kitchen just for 1 second?
What is it, Paula?
You know, I just tried to get the bill, but the girl serving us seems super confused for some reason.
Why, what did she say?
I told her that you were going to pay for our food. You know, because you're the manager. Anyway, apparently she had no idea who you were. I don't know if she's in on your little prank, but I think the staff should at least know the name of their employer. Don't you think? Do you train these guys properly? Some manager you are. Hurry up and come pay for me. Our bill came to $5,000.
How on earth did you spend that much?
That's what you get for trying to prank me.
Paula? I've been working all day, all over the restaurant, and I didn't see you at all.
What? Are you still joking?
And there's nobody at the register either. Everyone here is still halfway through their meals.
Are you not getting bored? I don't know why you think you can still prank me after I already finished my meal. Hurry up and pay. I'm starting to get sick of this.
Can you tell me the name of the branch you're in right now?
What? You don't know the name of your own restaurant?
Just tell me.
God, fine. It's the Barbecue Feast on 9th Avenue. Do you get it now? Stop messing around.
I don't work there.
What are you talking about?
I'm pretty sure I told you I work for a chain restaurant and there are a few in the city. I manage the one in the mall, not the one on 9th Avenue.
Wait, this isn't your restaurant?
Yep, I never even worked there. So I can't pay for you, sorry. 5,000, huh? Is that including a tip? Please pay for it yourself. I'm still working right now. I should probably put my phone down.
Are you kidding me? Did you have fun embarrassing me yesterday?
What?
I'm genuinely angry right now. I paid the $5,000 for now, but you owe me that money.
I don't think that has anything to do with me. You're the one who reserved the wrong restaurant without realizing it until the last minute. I told you time after time that I couldn't see you. You'd never even spent that much if you'd just listened to me from the start. That's all on you, not me.
Do you really think you have the right to mock me like that? I thought I made it clear yesterday that you don't hold any power over me anymore. You're below me now. Act like it. Do as I say, or I'll make sure you can never show your face in this city again. I have the power to do that.
Are you saying that because my dad stopped working with your husband's company?
Oh, so you do know.
You were being so cryptic yesterday that I had no choice but to follow up.
Do you get it now? Hurry up and send me that $5,000. I'll take either cash or wire transfer. And from today, you're going to be my servant. You're going to do whatever I say whenever I say it. I'll make sure you have lots and lots of stuff to do. Don't worry. Now you know never to disobey me ever again.
My dad stopped working with your husband because your husband was a terrible worker. He didn't tell me everything because he has a duty to protect his client's privacy, but something really bad went down during their partnership apparently. He had no choice but to find a different company to work with, and he's going to sue your husband for damages too. That's how bad it was. Apparently your husband might even have to file for bankruptcy. Either way, I don't think his company will last very much longer.
Damages? Bankruptcy? Are you joking?
I think you should be more worried about that than wasting time here picking a fight with me.
What are you talking about? This is the first time hearing of any of this.
I see. He kept it from you? That's unfortunate. Anyway, that means our positions haven't flipped at all. Not that it would matter if they had. I didn't realize that your mom friend group was made of people married to your husband's employees. I think you and your husband should have a real conversation so you don't cause more problems than you already have.
Hey, wait. I'm supposed to be the boss in this city. I was supposed to live a life of luxury as one of the elite, as the most elite mom in the city. Everyone was supposed to do as I said for the rest of our children's lives. My husband is filing for bankruptcy? What? No way, I don't believe it. You're lying. He's lying. It can't be true.
Paula's husband's company was pretty famous in our city. Anyone who'd lived there for long enough knew Paula and her husband well. Paula was famous herself. She always used her husband's fame and money to get her way. The second she realized her husband had filed for bankruptcy, she became a completely different person. They sold their big fancy house and moved into a rundown shack in the middle of nowhere. Eventually, her and her husband got a divorce. She took her children and went to live with her parents. But somehow, she never managed to get rid of her habit of spending money like it was water. She tried to fund her shopping by seducing another CEO, and it worked for a while. But he was married and they eventually got caught. Her family cut her off completely and she had to move out. But she never worked a day in her life and didn't even try to find a job. She keeps trying to live on loans. One day she'll run out of places to borrow from. That $5,000 she tried to force out of my pocket wouldn't do anything for her now. Not that I'd give it to her.
It's pretty strange that you decided to show up to my wedding when I never even invited you in the first place, Matt.
But I received an invitation, so I thought the right thing to do was come.
What? You cut ties with our family 5 years ago, right? So why would any of us ever decide to invite you to my wedding?
I wasn't the one that took Mom's engagement ring 5 years ago to have it appraised at a pawn shop. That would have been Dad. Yeah, you put the blame on me because you didn't want Dad looking like a bad person. And you also just really hated me for some reason. And it's not like he even sold it anyways, since I was the one that told him to take it back to her after I saw how upset she was that she couldn't find it.
Are you still upset over that little event? It's because of what you did that we cut ties to you and kicked you out of the house.
You really are going to sit there and act like I was the one that did it? Still.
Of course. Both Mom and Dad trust me over what I said. And I would have hated wasting such a good chance as that was, telling the truth. Luckily, I was able to save Dad, as well as get you kicked out of the house for good. Ha!
They did love you a lot more than me. Always turning a blind eye to all the horrible things you do to me.
It's not my fault that I'm so cute and lovable.
You lied to them and made it look like I was the one ruining the family. They only trusted you because they didn't want to be seen loving me.
Shut up, you piece of crap! Not only were you cut out of the family and kicked out, but now you keep trying to bring that whole story up again. After 5 years. It's disgusting that a man your age has to live in the past so much. And by the way, why would anyone ever invite a 35-year-old single and lonely man like you to their wedding?
But it was one of you that chose to invite me, right?
It must have just been to balance out the numbers for the people attending. Someone must have just felt bad that you were left out yet again. But luckily, my wedding now has enough people here that we don't need you. So going home would be the best choice for you. But I guess if you really do want to celebrate my biggest day, you can hand us some money as a present. How's that sound?
My name is Matt. I work for a rather simple company at the good old age of 35. Today I was invited to the wedding of one of my coworkers, Jim, and that's the reason I showed up. I have no idea how it happened, but the woman that Jim would be marrying was none other than my little sister who I cut ties with 5 years ago. Emily had always hated my guts, but at one point she blamed me for something that my dad did, and I was used as the family's punching bag until they chose to throw me out. I've been trying to live my life with them all outside the picture, but it seems that this mishap of coming to the wedding has restarted the fire that ended years ago.
This is unbelievable. I could have sworn I told you to go home already.
You're the one being unbelievable, throwing your wine glass at my head like that.
You were never invited here. Yet you keep choosing to sit in the seats we had placed for actual guests.
What's this then? This is an invitation I was given by Jim.
I already asked him about that, and he said he doesn't remember ever inviting you to this event. Did you make that yourself? If so, I might have to get a restraining order placed on you.
I might need to do the same for you after what you just did.
What did I do?
Don't ask me that! You literally just threw a glass of wine at my head and got wine all over me. Not only is that crazy, but it's scary as well. You're unhinged.
Well, no matter how you want to think of it, you should have never come to this wedding. Now get lost. You're probably only here because your coworker felt bad for you and invited you.
I'd wash your mouth here pretty soon, Emily.
Well, then maybe you should have stayed away from me and my husband. I've had many years now to forget about you, and you just made all that time I spent a waste.
Well, I never expected you to be here either.
Well then, maybe after seeing me, you wanted to try and make me upset by staying after being told to leave. Now we're here, after you made me look like an idiot for throwing my glass at you. I start trying to fix that head of yours so that people might actually start to like you. Because up until now, you've only ever acted like you enjoy making other people's lives difficult. Maybe that's why you not only haven't been married yet, you haven't even gotten yourself a girlfriend.
I take all that back right now.
Why? Because the super happy and excited bride turned out to be the sister you hate? You're just trying to act all tough now that you've been humiliated in front of everyone.
I have a question for you then. Do you think that Jim still likes you after learning how you really act?
Don't even try making me doubt him. Do you really think he turned his back on the cute and amazing wife that he just married?
Have you ever taken a good look in the mirror at yourself?
You jerk! I don't need to hear this.
Do you not view throwing wine at one of your guests' head as a huge deal?
Not in the slightest. It's because of you that I got a talking from him after that.
Well, I'm glad that at least he has some common sense.
Because of you, I think I'm going to ask for a settlement from you.
What? Why?
It's your fault that this wedding has been ruined. So I'd like you to pay me back for however much this wedding cost.
Can't you see that you're the one that started this?
I only decided to take this into my own hands after I realized you weren't leaving.
Well, look at it this way. I only just bought this suit, and it wasn't all that cheap.
I see. But now it looks even better with all the wine staining it. Ah!
What?
Now I'm getting pissed off for real.
Why?
When I threw that glass at you, some of the wine splashed off of you and landed back on my wedding dress. What the hell?
Too bad.
You're going to be paying for my dress now as well.
You're the one that threw the wine glass.
Well, if you had never shown up to this place, then crap like this wouldn't have happened to me.
Are you still trying to blame other people for things they never did?
You stained my dress, made my husband pissed at me, and ruined the mood at my wedding. All of this is your fault. If this starts to create a bad relationship between me and Jim, I'm going to take you to court.
What is wrong with you?
This is absolutely ridiculous. He shouldn't even have time to think about losers like you.
I think you're the one he should stay away from.
Ugh! It's because of you that I can't find where Jim went. You should be surprised that I haven't come over there and punched you yet.
Oh, you're looking for Jim.
I thought I should at least ask you, but I'm sure you haven't seen him either.
No, I definitely know where he is. He's sitting right next to me at one of the dinner tables.
Huh? Jim is over there with you? By the way, why do you keep calling him Jim? Shouldn't you be calling him Mr. Gorman since he's your boss?
Why do you keep making things up? He's not my boss. I already told you that we work at the same company. And as a matter of fact, he technically works under me.
Under you?
In the accounting department of R&M Realty.
I know that he works for R&M Realty, but... Huh? He really works under you?
Well, I'm the department manager for R&M's accounting, and Jim works as an accountant there.
Department manager?
What's wrong? Are you having a hard time understanding things after having too many drinks? I know you've been having a hard time coming to terms with it, but I'm here as Jim's guest, not your guest.
So Jim really did invite you?
Yes.
So that invitation wasn't a fake?
That's what I said.
Jim said that his manager was going to do the closing speech today for our wedding.
That was going to be me.
What?
Why are you so surprised by all of this? I came to this wedding not only to be here as one of my workers' guests, but also to give a speech about him.
This has to be a lie. Most managers have a lot more years under their belts and are at least around the age of 50, right?
Well, I've been working for this company ever since I graduated community college and was able to make a good name for myself since.
No! This can't happen! You're a terrible person. You don't even have the looks of a department manager.
I didn't know that there was a specific look to managers.
But you've just been wandering around aimlessly here and haven't even tried eating any of the delicious high-end food. That tells me that you don't have the characteristics of a real manager.
I think that you are getting the image of a manager and a CEO mixed up. Did you think I'd also be fattened up from all the good food I should be eating?
Yeah.
Well, then maybe you're also a manager by the way your chair's legs seem to bend.
They say I'm a little chubby. Just a little chubby. And even then, everyone says I look cute this way.
Who's everyone?
Mom, Dad, Jim.
I think they do well going to see the eye doctor, don't you?
Well, anyways, I still don't believe you're Jim's manager.
Do I need to send you a picture as proof?
Picture?
This was from a trip we all took together as a little bonding vacation this year.
Jim and you are both in there.
Like I said, we are in the same company and he works under me.
This isn't photoshopped, right?
Do I look like I have the time and skills to do that?
Then this really is. But you were saying he was your coworker.
Well, he feels like that sometimes. And I sort of use that word lightly when talking about the guys I work with. What's wrong? Do you want me to send a picture of my business card as well?
No, I get it now. No, hold on. Calm down.
I think you need to calm down.
I have been sending Jim a bunch of messages, yet he still isn't replying to me.
Well, he's here with me, and we are both talking, and he hasn't been paying any attention to his phone. But now that you mention it, I'll ask him to join our conversation in our message group. Hey, how long have you been here chatting with Matt? I was hoping you'd come over here to apologize to me immediately.
I'm really sorry.
Not to me, you idiot. To my boss. Do you not feel sorry about throwing a wine glass at his head?
But that... I didn't know that he was your boss.
What? It shouldn't matter who the dang person is. You have no need to get that aggressive with others. I never knew you were this stupid and thick-skulled.
Don't get upset with me, please. You still don't know the reason why I'm like this towards him.
Why is that?
I'm sure that Matt is a pretty good boss right now, but back when we still lived together, he was rude and awful to me and my family. That's why I didn't want him coming here.
So you're saying it's okay to throw wine glasses at people you don't want showing up to your events?
Not really, but...
No buts. There are no excuses to that type of childish behavior. I'm calling off this wedding with you.
Wait! Don't leave me!
This is what you deserve. I never knew you were this brainless, and luckily I learned it before it was too late.
Wait! People sometimes say that dumb girls like me are really cute.
Whatever.
Please rethink what you're doing. Is it such a good idea to leave me at this point in the wedding?
I have no desire to be married with someone like you anymore.
But I'm really good at cooking.
I know that you've just been ordering takeout and putting it onto our dishes before I get home. Did you really think I wouldn't notice that?
But I'm also good at cleaning.
I think our Roomba does a better job than you do. It's your fault that this wedding turned into a mess, and you're going to be the one to pay it all off.
By everything, do you mean $40,000?
I do.
I could never pay that much. I don't have that kind of money.
Oh well.
Now that I think of it, you paid for us to have insurance in case some things at the wedding were destroyed, right? If we use that and break some things, at least then the price will drop a little.
What are you talking about? Even if I did decide to pay the extra for that, there would be no coverage for me canceling the wedding.
Then maybe we can use the money that guests have given us.
Nobody has given us any money. It's all been presents that we asked for on our registry.
Then let's sell all that stuff.
I'm giving everything that we received back to our guests, since it ended up being a big letdown.
No! Stop!
I've already started telling people the wedding's off. I also let the staff know that it's over as well. Even my boss is helping me now to get out of here.
Don't leave!
I'd also like for you to pay my boss back for his suit that you ruined.
What? No way! Why would I pay him anything?
Because you ruined his new suit by throwing a wine glass full of wine at him.
Crap! What am I going to do? I don't have any money!
Figure it out yourself. Also, hurry up and come here to apologize to him.
Matt! Help me!
You think I'd help you after all this? Unfortunately for you, I don't have a little sister to help anymore.
Even if we stop talking to each other for a long time, we're still siblings, right?
I don't think so.
Then at least tell your employee to rethink what he's doing.
Not a chance.
Then let me borrow $40,000.
I doubt I'll ever get any of that money back, so no. Maybe find out how to fix your problems on your own. And do it fast.
I can't do anything on my own. That's why I'm asking you.
So you really are useless, huh? Too bad.
I can't do anything. Not even Mom or Dad want to be seen talking to me right now.
Well, if you're worried about where they went, they're here with me.
What?
This is the first time I've ever seen the two of them cry this much.
They're both crying?
They keep saying they messed up by thinking I was the one that took Mom's ring. They also said that they really screwed up raising you. Haha.
Why?
Because you are still acting like a child after all these years.
Come Maybe if I apologize to them right now, they'll give me the money. I'm coming to you guys right now. Tell me where you all moved to.
Do you think you can still get away with crap like this? It's over. You made your last bad choice and you're going to have to pay the consequences for it.
But please, Matt. I'm sorry about everything, so please help me.
In the end, Emily ended up being charged not only for the wedding, but for my suit and everything as well, which totaled out to about $45,000. However, Emily of course didn't have this kind of money, and had to resort to getting loans to try and cover the costs. It seems that being invited by one of my workers really took a toll on her, and the news of her crazy antics spread like fire around the community. It even reached her old workplace, where she was told she couldn't be rehired due to her attitude. She has tried time and time again to use her so-called cute looks to find part-time jobs at places like cafes and bars, but every time she goes in for an interview, she is turned away due to her horrible attitude and weight. It even looks like one of the places she interviewed at said no, but recommended her to a bar downtown that needed a dishwasher. Now she works there during the night cleaning up after the customers, and is made to stay in the kitchen so that the cute waitresses aren't embarrassed by her looks. As for myself, I was able to get closer to my parents again, and learned that they were really sorry for how they treated me. My dad also apologized to me and my mom for the ring incident, and since then we've gotten closer together. If I can choose one good thing that came from Emily's screwed-up wedding, is that I was able to forgive my parents for how I was treated, and get to see Emily's face when she heard that Jim had called the wedding off. And on one other note, it seems that Jim has gotten over the embarrassment of having to be engaged and almost married to a child like Emily. He's told me that his days of looking for a partner are over, and that he's going to focus more on his hobbies again. I'm happy to see he's doing well again, and has come to good terms with what seemed like hell for him.
You know, Crystal, I wish you would take your poor family and just move out already.
Excuse me, Tammy, what did you just say? Are you out of your mind opening a conversation like that?
And just what is that supposed to mean, huh?
If anybody should be asking that question here, it should be me.
Please. I live in a gorgeous house with my perfect family. I don't deserve to be looked down on by a poor little nobody like you. I mean, don't you just rent your place? You don't even own it.
I don't see what business it is of yours, and we certainly aren't going to be moving out anytime soon.
Well, I know the family that used to live in your house. I also happen to know that they're just away because the husband accepted a temporary post overseas for his work.
Yeah, duh. I know that too. The Joneses are our friends, and they agreed to let us stay in their house while they're away.
You know, I thought it was a little weird that you moved in halfway through the school year, but I finally figured out why that is. It's because you're just some poor single mother barely staying out of poverty, isn't it? When I figured that out, I nearly fell out of the chair that I was sitting in.
Well, I wish that you would have.
Enough! Don't talk back to your betters. We all have our place in this world, and you need to learn that yours is beneath mine.
I don't even know what the hell that is supposed to mean.
Maybe you didn't know this, but my husband is a CPA. That stands for Certified Public Accountant.
Okay, and I should care about that because...
Well, because all the other people who live in this neighborhood are lawyers or doctors or have other very important jobs.
Okay, and I should care about that because...
So my point is that you don't belong here. You stick out in this neighborhood like a sore thumb. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, and I should care about that because...
Oh, you really are so at a loss for words that lame response is all that you can come up with. What are you, some kind of dog? Because if you are, then you're nothing but a mangy mutt.
Wow, you talk a lot of trash for someone who doesn't even work.
Well, at least I'm not some poor little single mother who needs to borrow homes from my friends because I can't afford my own. I really hate pathetic little people like you. I am going to make sure you pay for trying to be insolent with me.
Sorry. Do you have any kind of right to kick us out of our home that I don't know about?
I'll hold a vote and invite the whole neighborhood to offer their input.
Yeah, I'm sure that that is completely legal and will have no problems being implemented.
And if more than half the people want you to move out, then you have to leave. Got it?
I really have no idea just how you think the world works, but this isn't it. Besides, I'm not moving, I just got here.
Okay, and I should care about that because...
You know that the only reason I'm a single mother is because my husband passed away, right? It wasn't like either of us did anything bad to end our relationship.
Well, I'm sure that your husband isn't looking down on you fondly. If anything, he's probably looking up. Whatever happened to him, I'm sure that it was all your fault anyways.
You can say what you want. I really don't care what you think, though.
Whatever. Just know that I don't want you or your filthy child coming near my house or my precious family ever. You got it?
Well, they literally go to the same school, or in the same class, and do the same after-school activities, so good luck with that.
And just why did you make your son sign up for the same sport as mine?
Because my son likes to play basketball, and I want to encourage his interests as his mother.
Well, just make sure that he doesn't bring any of his street rules onto the court when my child is there. Got it? I don't need any broken ankles because some street rat doesn't know how to play fair.
Tammy, let me ask you something.
What is it?
Just what do you find so objectionable about being poor? What is the problem with poor people?
What is my problem with poor people? How about they're the laziest people in the world? Everyone could be a millionaire if they wanted. You just have to study and work hard and it's possible.
First of all, that is just patently false. I didn't think there were still idiots that believed bootstrapping your way through life was still possible. And also, don't you stay at home all day while your husband brings home all the money? So tell me, what did you do exactly to earn your cushy life?
What do you mean? I worked so hard to be the perfect wife for my rich husband. That takes real effort, you know. I have to go to the salons, get my hair done, always make sure I'm wearing fashionable clothes, manage the house staff so they keep the place clean.
Wow, yeah, sounds like a real burden you've been given.
Well, you know what they say. You can't gain anything without giving something up. And the people who don't realize that always end up poor. If you're poor, it's because you have a poor heart.
What the hell kind of backwards way of thinking is that?
Well, please tell me how I'm wrong then. Oh, that's right, you can't. So just pack up your bags and move out already.
Why can't you just let me live in peace? I don't even do anything to you.
I just can't. I refuse to.
All right then. I think in that case that I'll need some time to think.
I will give you 1 month to move out of here. Or else.
Thank you for the time. I'll be taking my leave now. My name is Crystal and I'm 38 years old. I have a son who is 6 years old. Ever since my husband died, I've been juggling working and raising my child all by myself. I recently had to move for work and was looking for a place to live. I was not having much luck until an old friend of mine told me that they were moving for a temporary overseas work post. They offered to rent their house to me for a reasonable price and I accepted right away. But I came to regret that decision after meeting Tammy, who made it her life's mission to try and kick me out of the neighborhood. But after just finding my son a good school that he seems to like, I was not about to let that happen. After 1 month, Tammy's antics reached its zenith, and she did something I would never have expected.
Crystal, why are you still here? I thought I told you that I wanted you out of the neighborhood by now. I've already given you an extra week to get out of here.
Oh yes, of course. The only thing is, I just don't get why I should be the one that has to move. I mean, I'm living here minding my own business and not bothering anyone.
Well, just your existence is bothering everyone.
You seem to be the only one here that feels this way. I really wish you would just leave me alone.
Who do you think you're talking to?
And I really wish that you'd stop trying to mess with me and my family, like last night, for example.
What are you talking about? Do you really think that someone as elegant as me would stoop down to the level of messing with you?
Elegant? Well, maybe on the outside at least.
And just what is that supposed to mean, huh? If you open a dictionary and look up the word, it's my picture that you'll find next to it.
I'm sure that it is.
Anyways, I never threw anything at your house, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
But I never mentioned anything about anyone throwing stuff.
Well, Obviously, I was able to guess that you were talking about all the egg that I still see you haven't wiped off of your walls. Do you even care that you're single-handedly bringing the whole value of the neighborhood down with your laziness?
It wasn't just eggs. A rock also came smashing through my window. I don't care who it was, I just want to know who did it. And since I'm just renting this house, I would really appreciate it if something like this never happens again.
Well, if you want that to happen, then I suggest leaving and never coming back.
As I have told you, I have my son's school and sports to think about, and we are not going to be moving anytime soon.
Well, then I guess you should shut your mouth and quit complaining about broken windows.
Well, I can't sleep thinking about what might happen to the house in the night. It is even affecting my work.
Oh, you mean the lame little part-time job that you have? You must be working hard for that, what, $1,000 a month?
Can you please stop trying to guess at how much I make from my job?
Oh, what's the matter? It's not even that high? That wouldn't surprise me.
Wow, you are really something else, do you know that?
Look, I'm doing this for my neighborhood, all right?
But we exchanged messages from before you found out that I was a single mother. Then you were so kind and welcoming.
That's right. But once I found out what you truly were, I knew that you and I could never be friends.
Are you really that much of an elitist?
I'm not an elitist. I just know that I and everyone else in this neighborhood deserve better than to live near some poor single mother and her snot-nosed brat.
Hold on a second. Tammy, you weren't raised by a single mother, were you?
Shut up! You don't know what you're talking about, okay? Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!
And something tells me that I just figured you all out. But come on, it really isn't that bad. I mean, my son and I get along great like this and are happy with our lives together.
Ever since you've moved in here, all you've done is piss me off, do you know that?
Oh, dear. Well, I really didn't mean to.
You better remember this day. I won't let you get away with this.
What are you talking about? I have literally done nothing but exist in a house with my son. Oh man, what am I gonna tell the Joneses? The walls of the house are covered in graffiti and spray paint. And it looks like this kind of paint isn't that kind you can just wash off easily. But you know what the vandals wrote? They said we don't want single mothers here. Now, what kind of sick person would even think to spray paint that? Well, I can only really think of one.
What the heck are you babbling on about now? Have you actually lost your mind?
Tammy, you have really taken this whole thing way too far.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you just leave me alone already?
I will not. In fact, I've called the police.
Why would you do that? Don't you think that's a little bit much?
Not at all. I mean, you do know about the security cameras that the house has, right? The Joneses installed them before thinking of inviting someone to rent the property. They're all over the exterior.
Wait, there are cameras watching your house?
Yeah, of course. I guess that they just really wanted to make sure that nothing happened to this place while they were gone.
But I didn't know that.
But I have to figure out what to do with this graffiti. I mean, what if they have to come back earlier than expected?
But do the cameras really work, even at night?
I'm pretty sure that they come with night vision equipment, yeah.
But you're poor. You shouldn't be able to afford something like that.
Are you illiterate or something? I literally said that the Joneses installed them. And I've always tried to tell you over and over again that I'm not poor.
Well, prove it then. Prove to me that you aren't poor.
Okay, well, for one, your husband works for me, so how's that?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you do know that he works for Schuster Accounting, right?
Yes, of course I knew that. Do you really think I don't even know the name of where my husband works?
Okay, well, I'm Crystal Schuster, CEO of the firm.
Wait, what?
And I just recently opened a new office not that far from here.
You're Mrs. Schuster.
I used to be, at least. I opened the firm when I was still single, but I didn't change the name after I got married, even though my last name changed.
I don't believe this. This can't be.
Well, it's the truth. You know, we actually just hired your husband. I almost did a double take when I saw where he said his address was on his application.
Oh no! can't believe I've been acting this way towards my husband's boss. What have I done?
Well, I suppose I should have said something sooner. I just didn't realize who your husband was exactly. So I apologize for not greeting you both sooner.
What do you mean? I'm the sorry one. I should have never acted that way.
But anyways, that's neither here nor there. We should get back on topic.
Ma'am, I take full responsibility for the graffiti and I promise to clean it all off.
I would expect nothing less, frankly.
And I will come to your house later with my husband to apologize in person.
Ah, right. About your husband. He was actually fired earlier today.
Wait, what? There has to be some kind of mistake.
Well, it turns out that your husband is a little thief.
What? What do you mean by that?
Maybe he thought he could get away with it because his boss was a woman, but bit by bit, he was pocketing money from the business and taking it home with him.
No, he would never do something like that. Not my husband.
I suppose that I can't say anything with certainty until the police complete their investigation, but they actually called not that long ago and said that they were going to take him into custody.
So, my husband is arrested then. He's sitting in some cold jail cell.
Do you know the reason why he left his last job?
He said that he didn't really get along with the rest of the staff there.
Well, it appears that it was actually because he did something similar at his last firm, actually. I imagine they must have had some kind of investigation there as well.
Well, now that I think about it, my husband was always willing to give me money whenever I asked for it, but I just thought it was because he was so rich.
And we just got facts from the investigators. It seems that your husband was indeed the culprit.
So then you're right. It was really him?
So between your husband's embezzlement and your destruction of property, wow, you two make quite the couple, don't you? But don't you think that this kind of behavior is really unbecoming for the neighborhood?
What do you mean?
Well, I suppose that it isn't me that'll be having to leave her house, but you two. And your new address is going to be county jail. And then who knows what comes next for you two. Lots of big changes in your future, though.
But what about my child? What am I supposed to do?
You really should have thought about that before you acted so recklessly. It's too bad you can't take any of this back now, though.
What am I gonna do? What is gonna happen to my son?
It really is sad that the idiotic actions of the parents are going to have such nasty ramifications on their child.
Please, just don't call the cops about what I did. Surely you can do that for me, right?
I told you that I'd already called them. They're here at the house right now inspecting the damage. They've also already seen the security cameras, saw your face, and asked me for your address.
Oh no, well, what should I do? You have to help me out here. You need to tell them something.
But what I really want to know is, do you really hate me so much just because you were also raised by a single mother?
Yes! It was just my mom and I hated her. She was so mean to me.
Well, you can't just make that assumption about every single parent household that you see. I love my child and would do anything for him.
I know, you're right. I'm sorry. I just got so upset whenever I see a child going through what I did.
Well, like I said, not every child is going through what you did. There are good single mothers and bad single mothers, just like there are good parents and bad parents.
I know that, but I can't help myself. I'm sick, okay? I need serious help.
Well, I hope that the jail has a good mental health specialist then. Maybe you can work with them to overcome your trauma.
You're right.
But if you get out of this, then you'll have to work hard for your son with your husband out of the picture. It won't be easy, but you can stop the past from repeating itself.
Okay, I'll do my best. I promise. I am so sorry for everything.
Look, I won't try and take your money or anything, but I am gonna see that you get court-ordered help. You need to be there for your son now, do you understand?
Yes, and I am so sorry for all that I've done. Thank you so much for this second chance.
Well, I suppose you'll really have to save your apologies for the Joneses. After that, Tammy's husband was taken into custody. Tammy had to move out of her house and took her child to her parents' place to live with them for a while. I didn't try and charge Tammy for any of the damages, but I employed my lawyer to see that she got some therapy as part of her punishment for what she did.
In the end, my plan worked, and I hear that Tammy has been doing a lot better mentally and working hard for her son. Repainting the walls cost about $1,000, but I was happy to pay it. We were able to recover most of the money that Tammy's husband stole, and not a second too soon either. Without it, our company was about to go bankrupt. About 6 months later, we moved out of the Joneses' house and into a nice new condo downtown and closer to my son's school. The job of a single mother never ends. Thank you for watching. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe to see more content like this.